Vanakkam, Vandanam, Namaste, Namaskar, Namaskaram, and in all other beautiful Indian languages and in English, welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. I am your host Danya Dharmarajan and I'm so excited and elated to welcome all of you to PDX Prime's biggest and the most extravagant virtual event yet, PDX Prime's Holiday Bash Ball Drop! Without any further ado, I would love to make a classy start to this event. Please put your hands together to welcome Tilana team to show off their talents and give us a beautiful welcome dance. Tilana team.
Janana janana tanana tanana tom janana janana tanana tanana tom janana janana tanana tanana janana janana tanana tanana tom tom janana janana tanana tanana tom tom janana janana tanana tanana geeta dhuni ko takadhim nadra kita tom naach rahe gori tai 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 tom tiratum geeta dhuni ko takadhim nadra kita tom naach rahe gori tai 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 tom tiratum geeta dhuni ko takadhim nadra kita tom naach rahe gori tai 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 tom tiratum geeta dhuni ko takadhim तान गावे तकतल तै तै तान गावे तकतल तै 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 तकतना धीम तकिड तकधीम धीम तकिड तकधीम धीम तकिड तकधीम हदतो हदगीत धुनि को तकधीम तधीम तधीम तिरना उदनित तानि तानि तधीम तधीम तिरना तधीम तधीम तिरना उदनित तानि तानि तधीम तधीम तिरना तानि तोम ततगत दरि ततान दर तान धीम अलरि गलरि ततगता तार ततगमं तानि ततगतं तार धीम 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 तकतन अलरि तोम 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 तकतन तनि अलरि गीत धुनि को तकधीम नाद्र केत तोम नाच रहे गोरी तानि तै तै ततोम तिरगतोम गीत धुनि को तकधीम नाद्र केत तोम नाच रहे गोरी तानि तै तै ततोम तिरगतोम तानि तै तै ततोम तिरगतोम तानि तै तै ततोम तिरगतोम गीत धुनि को तकधीम निको तकधीम निको तकधीम.
Thank you, Tilana team, for that absolutely mesmerizing performance. We all enjoyed it and we are ready to start the event. You know, the past 6 weeks working with PDX Prime team has been so festive and enjoyable for me. Especially, it has been the biggest highlight for me in 2020, you know. Now, I would love to welcome the man of the hour, the person behind the scenes of everything you're going to experience tonight, and the prime star, Ananthan Ayasami.
Hello, Danya.
Hi, Ananthan. How are you?
Good evening, Danya. Doing great. Good evening, everyone. Hey, Danya, by the way, you look ravishing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, Ananthan, I've seen that during this event, the community has come so much closer than a normal event in an auditorium setup. How did all that happen?
So, Danya, I've been super excited to see how the last 6 weeks has been and how the community has come together in such strength in looking at all the good things that has happened in 2020 and more so in welcoming the new year. So, Danya, the last 6 weeks, it's not festive just for some of us, but it's for all of us, for the entire community together.
Absolutely.
And looking at it, it was always been my dream to organize a event as a way of saying thanks to my clients and well-wisher. And this year I felt even more so to organize an event, not just for my clients, but for the entire community, especially for the time that we've been through in the last year. And in terms of how we envisioned and how we have come this far, it may be better explained by creative head, Vijay Elavarasan. So I would like to call on Vijay at this time to come and speak about how we envision this.
Good evening, Ananthan.
Good evening,
Good evening, Vijay.
Good evening, everyone.
How are you?
I'm doing good, doing great actually. You know, the show has been coming along very nicely so far with just all the offline participation itself.
Absolutely. So tell us, Vijay, how was all of this designed?
So as you all know, Ananthan is very passionate about cultural arts, and he's supported numerous community events and organizations. When he called me up in November, or actually prior to that, we had spoken a little bit, about wanting to do a Prime Day kind of an event. And then this time in November, he called and said, Vijay, let's do this event, more so this year. And when we got, talking, one thing that really stood out about 2020 was home, right? And we felt this event should be a celebration of home. When I was asking him, what do people ask for him when they're looking for a home these days? He was like, home is now an office, it's a school, it's a music studio, a dance studio.
Absolutely.
So, that kind of sparked the idea of, okay, how do we design the contests that really celebrate the home? And, this show is all about those things that, you have done at your home itself. And so we started doing various kinds of contests, like decorating your tables, doing lighting. By the way, did you know in New York Times, they just had a recent article saying that more than 2 times the homes than any time before have put up lights this year.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Right? So people are really in love with their homes.
Wow.
And then, being very mindful of COVID and not traveling, we wanted to make sure people had the opportunity to do other contests, where they envision their dream home and then doing some fun TikTok videos, in the warmth of their home.
Absolutely.
And we were completely overwhelmed by the participation levels, right, Ananthan?
It was, and I wasn't knowing about the New York Times articles, but what we know is when Vijay and I started talking, we were probably planning for 50 to 100 participants, and we are well past blown away by that. It is not 2 times, it is 3 times or 4 times than what we originally envisioned for. 300 plus entries.
Wow, that's
And
absolutely
on
amazing,
various
right?
different, it is. That's not something that we originally planned for, but people showing their skills in so many different forms, and most of that is coming from home, and that really heartening to see us that original intent that we had, that is celebrating the home. And I feel immensely happy that we achieved what we started with.
Absolutely.
I know, right? Like whenever I looked at those entries, I felt like I was just going to, homes, different homes in our community and eating at those dinner tables and those kitchens. And those baking contest entries, did you see that?
Oh, wow.
It was adorable. I mean,
Indeed.
adorable, right?
Indeed.
Especially like women, children,
Yeah.
so many of them participating in that.
Absolutely.
And another important thing we wanted to celebrate, was the heroes in the community,
Yeah.
right? 2020 is the year where we couldn't go to the theaters, but we didn't need to because we started seeing, heroes in a different light. We saw them in our neighborhoods, in our community, and we thought, that is something we should definitely celebrate. And, Ananthan, he always wants it very grand. So he said, we'll open it up and let the community pick everybody, that they think we need to celebrate. And again, the amount of participation and response has just been overwhelming.
Again, talking about heroes nomination and participation, originally when we were started thinking about it, we thought probably there will be 10 nominations or so. And I was asking this question to Ramesh Anantaya, how many people do you think will get nominated? And he was just smiling, and I didn't realize his smile originally. I was again blown away by the number of entries that came in. 50 plus people came forward to nominate about close to 43 heroes that we are celebrating this year.
Wow,
And
that's
all of them are
absolutely amazing.
nominated from the community. And I remain confident and very hopeful that not all heroes in this community are still identified and recognized, and in the future years we will identify them also and have them come and share their stories and continue to inspire us all together as a community.
Absolutely, absolutely, Ananthan. We are looking forward to that, definitely.
Indeed. At this time, I would also like to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who are part of this whole Holiday Bash contest and embracing PDX Prime Ball Drop event as a community event. I'm glad to see all of us coming together and celebrating this holiday season. A fantastic lineup of program is planned for this evening. I'm pretty confident you will love each one of it. We're doing it for the first time, so there is always a possibility of technical difficulties that we encounter. If it happens, please be patient, and we will make every attempt to fix it as quickly as possible. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Okay, before I let you guys go, I have a quick 2020 related joke for you guys. Do you guys want to hear it?
Sure.
Sure.
All right. So let's say you're walking in this dark alley, right? There's nobody around you. It's really dark, right? And you don't have any defense mechanism like pocket knife or pepper spray or nothing, right? And then there is a robber coming right next to you. What are you guys going to do?
Dear, how much you have?
I'll probably run away.
Right, you would probably do that, right? I have a better mechanism for you, a better solution for you. Do you guys want to hear it? Okay.
Sure.
All you guys have to do is, achoo! And then the robber is nowhere in the scene. Right?
Hopefully, we don't have to get scared so soon.
Oh, come on. You just have to make it look so dramatic, and then the robber will be nowhere in the scene, right? Anyways, thank you guys so much for your time and your valuable thoughts on how this all came together. It was absolutely amazing, and we are going to start the program right now, and I hope you guys enjoy it as much as we are going to enjoy it, right?
We are sure looking forward to it.
Thank you, Anantan
Thank
and
you.
Vijay. I hope all of y'all are well rested, wearing your comfortable shoes and got your good beverages ready like water, coffee, tea, wine, liquor, whatever it is. I hope all of you are ready for this because you're going to be singing and dancing with us for a few hours now. So better be ready. Oh, and did I forget to tell you, we have a big surprise coming for you towards the end of this event. So better stay tuned and stick with us because it's going to be an extravagant and awesome event, just like I told you before. As much fun and awesome as I already am, I would still like to have some fun conversations with someone with me here. So, this man, who I call the king of Tamil sarcasm, the person behind the scenes of OVM photography, who is taking care of his kids at home when Premi is out etching memories of a lifetime, I would love to call Shiva Srinivasan.
Are we rolling?
Yes, we are.
Is my hair okay?
Everything is just fine. You were always late, so I had to magically summon you. I was just telling the folks, how you were the behind-the-scenes person of OVM photography.
Oh yes. Hello people. As Danya said, I am that Puspa Purusan. For all the people for whom that joke didn't really make sense, please reach out to your Tamil friends and they'll help you fill it out. So Danya, what's up next?
Oh, next up we have something awesome coming up from the land of superstar.
Oh, என்னை வாழ வைக்கும் தமிழகம்.
We have this amazing power-packed dance performance, brought to you by Lasya team. Please put your hands together to welcome Shrishti Prabhakar, Irvia Alfred and Varsha Karthikeyan.
Enjoy.
வெத்தல மாத்தி முடிச்சு பையன் வந்தாச்சு பூவை தொடுத்து சேல மடிச்சு பொண்ணு வந்தாச்சு கண்டத பேசி டைம் வேஸ்ட் பண்ணாத பையன் தங்கம் மிஸ் பண்ணாத சாரே சாரு யாரு கால பிரபு டோய் அள்ளி அள்ளி குடுக்கும் கால பிரபு டோய் சாரே சாரு யாரு கால பிரபு டோய் அள்ளி அள்ளி குடுக்கும் கால பிரபு டோய் பாக்கு வெத்தல முடிச்சு பையன் வந்தாச்சு பூவை தொடுத்து சேல மடிச்சு பொண்ணு வந்தாச்சு பிபி
Oh mama,
Wow. I still can't stop growing. What awesome choice of songs. What great choreography.
Me neither. We both just had to just
Yep.
get up and dance to the songs, right?
Yeah, totally needed a break after that. Anyways,
So Shiva, let me ask you a question. Who is a hero?
well, that's an easy one. A hero is somebody who stalks the girl till she says, I love you, runs around the trees singing a couple of songs, bashes the bad guys, and finally gets the girl at the end.
Shiva, I'm not talking about that hero. I'm talking about the real life hero here. You know, the people who we think are the common person in our everyday life, who with their selfless acts and deeds have touched a lot of lives around us?
Isn't that a myth?
Thankfully, it's not. It's a true story. We, in fact, have a couple of wonderful nominators who have seen their magnanimous acts firsthand. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mini Jairaj and Savita Srinivasa to talk about our first set of prime heroes.
This prime hero has been the beacon of positivity during the COVID times. She has coordinated multiple missions tirelessly and has been a conduit for others. She never stops inspiring others. She and her team provided 13,600 meals to 20 plus hospitals and nursing homes in the past 9 months. She has been working with 65 committed volunteers to coordinate, pack, and deliver the meals. In this same mission, they have helped 35 plus restaurants and Balaji Temple by sourcing these meals from them. This prime hero has helped raise funds from 500 plus generous donors from our Portland community. Any guess who could it be? The prime hero is none other than Aishwarya Srinivasan Dhananjay.
Many times people ask me, hey, these healthcare workers get paid very well. Why do you have to send them a hot meal? My answer to all of those people is that this meal isn't sent to satisfy their hunger, but to tell those people behind the mask, those people behind those hazmat suits, that the community that they are serving is behind them and is always thankful and grateful. You might not realize that many of these healthcare workers skip a meal so many times. It's not because they cannot afford or they cannot cook. It is because of the fact that they don't have time. They are exhausted. 14 hours, 12 hours of continuous shifts. It drains them out. They don't have the energy to cook for themselves. Many times I get emails, voice notes, or text messages telling me, hey Aish, today was a very difficult day. It was a long 14-hour shift and I'm exhausted, drained. I come out to the break room and I find the hot meal sent by you and your friends. And it just made my day. There are other healthcare workers who tell me that after a long shift when I'm going home, I took a couple of boxes of food to feed me and my kid. Thank you. No amount of this food, no amount of money, no amount of this encouragement is worth the risk they are taking, the risk of sacrificing their life. They have not signed up for sacrificing their life. They are here to treat and help patients, but this pandemic has put them all in grave danger. Seeing all those devastations in the ICU and COVID wards, patients dying day in and day out, so much of suffering, and even their colleagues getting infected, their family members getting infected, and yet they have to come back the next day and serve. This is taking a huge emotional toll. Such gestures of sending a gift, a thank you note, a cookie, or a hot meal is a way to motivate them. This fight is going to be much longer and they need all their mental and physical support that we can offer them, the emotional support we can offer them, and the meals that we continue to send is a way of doing it.
Our next prime hero is a youth icon. This hero is a 12th grader from Sunset High School. She, as a crisis line call worker, provides safe space and support for teens in mental health crisis. She has been trained to provide support on depression, self-harm, suicide, abuse, identity, discrimination, drugs, etc. She has volunteered more than 165 hours this year for a group called Youth Line by Lines for Life, a teen-to-teen crisis line that supports teens with mental health. She is also a lead volunteer at Chinmaya Mission. She instructs volunteer safety, manages liability forms, and input service hours for Adopt a Roadway program for Chinmaya Mission. She has also spread awareness about Adopt the Road program through Cartoon News interview. Any guesses who it could be? It is none other than Ramya Reddy.
In terms of maintaining consistency when giving back to the community, I think it's about finding a project or organization that you're really passionate about. And with that, I think consistency will come, because if you're really passionate about something, you'll want to go out and do it. Like for me, with Adopt a Road, I volunteer and pick up like litter and stuff, and I do that because I'm really passionate about the environment and like environmental conservation. And with my volunteering at Youthline, I'm really passionate about mental health, and I kind of carry that with me, and I get involved in places that I can and give back where I can.
Congratulations, heroes. Amazing to see the kind of impact you guys have made. Kudos to both of you.
Couldn't agree more. So Shabab, what do you think when I say Thanksgiving?
Turkey, obviously, and a scrumptiously put out dinner table.
There you go, exactly. Audience, I have a question for you. How many of you all have participated in PDX Prime's Thanksgiving Table Decor Contest? If you have, then now is your time to shine. Let's sit back and enjoy a palatable journey of Thanksgiving. The winners of the Thanksgiving Table Decor Contest are here. Are you guys ready? Are you guys excited to know who it is? All right. Third place goes to Kaushalya Balaji. Congratulations, Kaushalya. Second place goes to Gauri Nagul. Congratulations. And the first place and the winner of the contest is Sudha Janardhanan. Congratulations, winners.
Tanya, would you like to go on a bike ride with me?
Dude, we are kind of in the middle of the program here.
Well, don't you know I don't know that? Just humor me here.
Okay.
Let's imagine it's 6 o'clock in the morning. We're going to Madurai, and we're going to have some hot, fluffy idlis.
Oh my god, Malligepu idli, sambar oda.
Best way to have it. From there, let's go up north to Coorg to have hot, piping cup of coffee.
Taja kafiya vasane.
Oh, just can't get the smell out of my head. From there, we're going to go to Hyderabad.
Dum biryani.
Yeah, the one and only original. From there, let's imagine we go west to Amchi, Mumbai to have a plate of pav bhaji.
Kanda double.
Yep. And last but not least, let's go up north to Sada, Punjab to have some piping hot parathas.
Oh, Paje, malai marke.
Yep. Well, the next segment is somewhat similar, right? It's again a journey, but it's going to be a musical one.
Exactly. Just like how we took you on a journey with us all across India, we have a bunch of beautiful singers who are going to take you on a journey all across the world. Please put your hands together to welcome Agni Band.
തുമ്പിവാ തുമ്പക്കുടത്തിൽ തുഞ്ചത്താവൂഞ്ഞാലിടാം ആകാശ പൊന്നാടി നിലകളെ ആയത്തിൽ തൊട്ടേ വരാം ആകാശ പൊന്നാടി നിലകളെ ആയത്തിൽ തൊട്ടേ വരാം തുമ്പി
వరసా ఊపిరిని వదలని గొలుసా నీకు ముడి పడినది తెలుసా మనసున బ్రతికొసా నీ కనుల మెరుపుల వరస రేపినది వయసును రభస నా చిలిపి కలలకు బహుశా ఇది వెలుగుల దశ నీ ఎదుట నిలబడు చనువే వీసా అందుకుని గగనపు కొనలే చూసా ఇంకేం కావాలే చాలే ఇది చాలే నీకై నువ్వే వచ్చి వాళ్ళవే ఇకపై తిరనాళ్ళే గుండెల్లో నా వేగం పెంచావే గుమ్మంలోకి హోలీ తెచ్చావే నువ్వు పక్కనుంటే ఇంతేనేమోనే నాకొక్కో గంట ఒక్కో జన్మే మళ్ళీ పుట్టి చేస్తున్నానే கூடு தந்த கிளி பெண்ணே ஒன்னால தான் வாழுறேன்
கூறப்பட்ட செயலதான் வாங்கி சொல்லி கேட்கிறேன் கூட விட்டு கூட பாயும் காதலால சுத்துறேன்
கடவுள் கிட்ட கருவற கேட்டு ஒன்ன சுமக்கவா
உதிரும் முழுக்க உனக்கே தான் எழுதி கொடுக்கவா
ஓ மையிட்ட கண்ணே ஒன்ன மறந்தா இருந்தே போவேன் ஓ உருகுதே மருகுதே
ஒரே பார்வையாலே
உலகமே சுழலுதே ஒன்ன
So, what did you guys think of this amazing performance? Mesmerized yet?
Well, we're well on the way. 2020 was a year of mixed emotions. So, Danya, how would you sum up your 2020?
I got it. Pandemic in pajamas?
That's oddly specific. I'm sure that was the way for a lot of people out there as well. 2020 has been a year with lots of downs and a few ups. Next up, we're going to see a few heroes that have brightened lives, and
Please put your hands together to welcome Surekha Reddy and Vijay Lavrasan to introduce our next set of prime heroes.
Our next prime dual heroes are well known to many in our community. They have been leading transition projects through Chinmaya Mission Portland, which deliver life-saving and life-changing assistance to many of Portland's most vulnerable residents. For the past 2 years, these individuals with their teams have been instrumental in raising funds, cooking and delivering the meals, and procuring winter supplies to the homeless shelters. They were also involved in many other volunteering activities at Chinmaya Mission Portland and made a difference to our community. Our heroes are none other than Shusha Pillai and Ravi Bharadwaj.
Hi everybody, my name is Ravi Ananthan and I'm here on behalf of Chinmaya Mission Portland. I've been a part of many social service programs over the years, and through that I've come to firmly believe that food, shelter and education are things that everybody should have access to, especially in a country like America. Chinmaya Mission Portland has been part of a program where we partner with a local non-profit called the Transition Projects, which basically works with people who are homeless and provides them support, not just in terms of shelter and food, but also in terms of life skills and in an effort to try to get them back to their normal lives. So a couple of years ago, I signed up with the program that Chinmaya Mission has going on with Transition Projects, where we cook and we serve meals for one of their shelters in Portland. And Susha, who's also going to be speaking today, is one of the lead cooks, and so she and a team of volunteers will make sometimes Indian, sometimes Western food. And I signed up to deliver that food along with a couple of other volunteers. And what I found in that process was that one, people definitely appreciated any kind of hot food, because generally that's not something that they have access or so they really enjoyed any kind of fresh hot food. And two, many of these people were working professionals and followed upon hard times, and now we're trying to pick themselves back up. So in the last couple of years, we've kind of expanded the program to now have 2 shelters that we serve meals to once a month. In addition, we also have had drives for them to collect food, clothing and other essentials, especially in the winter months where there is a high demand for some of these items. Now what I found is that being part of these kinds of programs really helps me grow and also helps me stay grounded. Thank you.
Good evening. Our next prime hero is a physician at Peace Health Vancouver. Apart from everything that he does professionally, he gives immense time for the community. Through this difficult year, he has incredibly led the Southwest Washington Indian Cultural and Charitable Association, putting on wonderful programs, especially encouraging a lot of the children to continue to bring out their talent and put on online shows. He's been a pillar that the community rallies around, and he encourages everybody to participate. The hero is none other than Dr. Mukesh Tawani. Mukeshji, thank you for everything that you do.
Hello, thank you very much to PDX Prime for starting this initiative of appreciating the prime heroes of 2020, and I really thank you very much for considering me as one of those. I know it has been very difficult throughout this year to adapt with this unique situation where we have been following so much of social distancing and have not been able to live a normal life. But I am very hopeful that by the end of this summer, once the community is vaccinated and once we have achieved herd immunity, we should be able to have resumption of normal life, and we should have many more auditorial events. It has been a challenging year practicing hospital medicine while using the face masks 24/7 and taking care of the patients. However, working in this tough atmosphere has taught us as physicians a lot about how to keep our composure and work in these difficult situations, which has actually further strengthened our emotional composure, and also we have developed more courage, like working with the fear. However, fighting this pandemic bravely and giving reassurance to my patients, it has taught us a lot. So we have basically gotten even further stronger as a physician and as a medical practitioner. And at the same time, dealing with different human psychologies as a physician in the hospital, it has given me a motivation to engage with various human personalities with different skills, mindset, and experience, and learn from them. And that gives me an energy and a motivation to engage in community. So whenever I get a chance out of my work, I try to be involved in social activities and be involved in various community events, so it recharges me for my work, which is worship for me. Thank you very much for again considering me for this appreciation, and God bless. Happy New Year.
Amazing heroes. You guys are the true definition of inspiration. The world needs more people like you. Kudos to all of you. So, Tanya, what's your version of a dream home?
Oh, it should be a big, beautiful home with Jannat ka wow and Jahannam ka ow, dekenge sat sat types.
What a BB reference. Next up, we have folks who have sketched their dream home, and I bet their versions are going to be much better than your 100-day house. Enjoy.
Enjoy. The Prime sketch winners are also here, you guys. Are you excited? We have categorized it into two parts, popular vote winners and judge's choice. Let's go with the popular vote winners first. Third place goes to Ishan Segavalu. Congratulations, Ishan. Second place goes to Pranay Ravi. Congratulations, Pranay. And the first place goes to Lavanya Durairaj. Congratulations, Lavanya. Now to the judge's choice. Second place goes to Uma Devi and first place goes to Anush Vijay. Congratulations, winners. Lavanya Durairaj, you're getting a Kanchivaram silk saree, and everybody else, you are getting free gift cards. Congratulations.
Listen to Radio Tour Live Summer Cool.
You know, looking at those dream home sketches, I think I myself should sketch a home and have Ananthan build it for me. How would that be, no?
Hi, Danya.
Huh? Anupa, what are you doing here?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Wait, where is Shiva?
Oh, he left to have some biryani. He's not here.
Of course, when there is biryani, there is Shiva there. Typical him, right?
Hello.
Well, how are you doing? I've missed you.
Thank you. I'm doing very well. Fine.
So, Anupa, I'm seeing this group called Swag Mom next up on our agenda. What is that group about?
Swag Moms is a group of hot, cool moms who have just broken the routine from pandemic and wanted to jump into the bandwagon of creative dancing.
Interesting.
Yeah, they are doing their performance for 5 different songs from different languages.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yep, and you know something?
What?
I'm in there too.
Now we have to watch the performance, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Swag Moms!
जवान जाने मन हसीन दिलरुबा मिले तो दिल जवां निसार हो गया जवान जाने मन हसीन दिलरुबा मिले तो दिल जवां निसार हो गया शिकार खुद यहाँ शिकार हो गया ये क्या सितम हुआ ये क्या जुल्म हुआ ये क्या गजब हुआ ये कैसे कब हुआ न जानू मैं न जाने वो
On the floor, baby, hit it hard, baby, rock the party, baby, patu lengi podi. On the floor, baby, hit it hard, baby, rock the party, baby, patu lengi podi. Kudukku putiya kuppayam, muduthu mandana kalatte, midukki pinne ennude nenjin nadukirunnavalane nee, nadukirunnavalane nee. നട്ടവരമ്പത്ത് കണ്ടാലും പഠിക്കലങ്ങനെ നിന്നാലും പടച്ചറപ്പേ പിന്നെന്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ പടക്ക പീടിക കത്തുന്നേ പടക്ക പീടിക കത്തുന്നേ On the floor baby hit it hard baby rock the party baby patu lengi podi
शबनम जैसी लड़की तेरे युद्ध दिल की खिड़की ये हाडनೊಂದು ಕೇಳಿ शाम से सुबह कन्नल्ली ತುಂಬ ಕಾಜಲ್ ಜಲ್ಲೆನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಪಾಯಲ್ मुझे नाचने दो ये शाम से सुबह नारेಯ ನಾದ ತುಂಬಾ ವಿನೋದ ನಲಿದಾಡೋಣ ವೇಲಾಡೆ ಜಿಲ್ತಾ
Let's listen to the rhythm of Chennai.
ஏய் நாடா இது சப்பா பீட்டு கொளுத்துங்கடா மஜாபா இதா ஏய் ரெடிடா வாடா பாத்தி கம்மிங் ஓகே
Wow, that performance was fantabulous. You were not wrong, Anupa. It was so good.
Thank you, Danya. I enjoy performing too.
That's great. Hey, Anupa, have you watched this recent Wonder Woman movie, the 1984 one?
Not yet. How about you?
I just did, and it was really good. You know what? Whenever I watch these superhero movies, I just get so goosebumpy and inspired by those superheroes' powers, you know?
I know, me too sometimes. Now, we have our own superheroes in our community. So, let's go over to our nominators, Anand Varadanna and Nirmala Ambati, to introduce our heroes.
Let's give it away for the Prime Heroes.
Namaskara. Our next Prime Hero has been one of the main coordinators for Seva International of Portland chapter. Amidst the current COVID-19 pandemic, this hero's contributions were pivotal in various Seva endeavors, including food deliveries for refugee communities, PPE distribution to healthcare workers, and delivery of essential items for COVID-infected patients and families. His recent work at Seva in collecting food for the needy broke all the previous records. A true hero among us who is none other than Anand Jagirdar.
The main motivation behind community service, community activities is the fact that you have to give back to the community. The community, the great community that we live in, that we have grown so much in, with the help of so many members in the community, you just step up when there is a need and help. We truly believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and when you look at it that way, that the whole universe is one family, you are just helping an extended family member, right? So there is really nothing great to it. It's not a big deal. You just help your family member. And things become a little easier when you have a wife who is equally involved in community activities, community services, in her own way, gathering kids, teaching them shloka, bhajans, and gathering the community in a different way. And the kids themselves who believe in the fact that service to humanity is a service to divinity. Things become a little easier that way, but that is the main motivation, giving it back to the community that where we live in, which has given us so much over the years.
All heroes don't have to wear capes, they can wear saris too. During COVID peak times, this hero saw how the restaurants were struggling and started a program for customers to buy gift cards for later use in their restaurants, collected goods to be given to the Blanchett House. Not just during COVID time, she has always been there for the Indian community with hands reached out. This hero is very well known for her wonderful decorative work, and she has helped multiple organizations in PDX for event decorations. This prime hero is none other than Chandrika Nimmagadda.
Challenges always bring opportunities as well. Do you see any new arenas opening up for volunteering as an outcome of this COVID situation? Great question. This past year has been very difficult for all of us, and I'm sure everybody is coping in the best way possible for each of us individually. But apart from that, the biggest challenge I have seen is the huge number of people, the needy people, just the huge numbers that are in need of help because of either unemployment or homelessness. The places that I've worked with, Blanchett House and transition projects, have seen huge number of increase in the needy coming to their doors every day. I think that's the biggest challenge I have seen this year. Having said that, the three new areas of volunteering opportunities that I see coming up this year are, the first one will be helping school children, the needy or the underprivileged school children. They do not have internet access, they do not have food, they do not have shelter, they do not have school supplies. I think these are things that we need to take care of for them. I think this is a great area of help that we need in this next year that is coming up. And I would like to really focus on helping with the Beaverton School District this coming year. The second area of help is the domestic violence issue. It has increased by 75% during the COVID situation, and a huge number of women coming to the DVRC for help, and I think that is another great opportunity for us to volunteer at the DVRC, and I think it is much needed in this time. The third area that I would like to volunteer is mental health. I think all of us know what it is, what we've all gone through this year, and I think the needy need that much more emotional help, and hoping to help them with counseling centers or any areas, whether it is through the shelters, transition projects, or through Blanchett House. That's another area that I would like to offer as volunteering opportunity.
Congratulations, Anand and Chandrika, for your tremendous contribution during this pandemic.
Absolutely. It's not easy to dedicate so much time and effort to help others during this time of chaos, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, Anupa, check this out.
Hey, stop. What's happening? Why this Kolaveri?
I was just prepping us for our next performance.
I'm sure the next performance is going to be much better than what you just did.
Next up, we have a mesmerizing performance brought to you by Team Sangeeta Sanjay.
Before that, Danya, now we've heard your beautiful singing voice. Have you ever done any TikTok videos?
You know, I did sign up for a lot of TikTok videos.
Seriously? Did you make one?
No, I just kept scrolling through contents of 100 other people that have done TikTok already, you know.
You're not alone, Danya.
Yeah.
I do the same thing too. So now let's watch a mesmerizing performance from Sangeeta Sanjay
and the TikTok entries.
Yay!
उन्होंने मेरे से इंटरव्यू टाइप के क्वेश्चंस पूछने शुरू कर दिए वहां पे. टेल मी समथिंग अबाउट योरसेल्फ. 10 साल से आपकी बेटी के साथ हूं, वो जानती है. वो 5 साल पहले जिस ग्रुप के साथ गोवा गई थी ना, वो ग्रुप मैं था. वो कभी कभी कनिका के घर रहने जाती है. वो कनिका मैं हूं.
सासू माँ, दही से मक्खन निकल आया तो कहाँ रखूं? मक्खन नाम मत ले, तेरे ससुर जी का नाम मक्खन है और हमारे घर में ससुर जी का नाम नहीं लिया करते.
The next day.
सासू माँ, दही में से ससुर जी निकल आए, कहाँ रखूं?
കോളാണ് ആരാണ്? കാമറൂൺ. കാമറൂണോ? ടൈറ്റാനിക് ചെയ്തില്ലേ? ജെയിംസ് കാമറൂൺ. ജെയിംസ് എന്നടാ? No. This is a last warning of civil technical return of the dragon.
हुसैना, तुम बड़े होके क्या बनोगे?
सर, मैं पायलट बनूंगी और आपके घर के ऊपर से प्लेन उड़ा के जाऊंगी.
वाह, तो मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा कि तू है वो?
जाते टाइम आपके घर पे बम फेंक के जाऊंगी.
ये क्या बात है आज की चांदनी में कि हम खो गए प्यार की रागनी में. பாவாடை அவிழும் வயதில் கயிறு கட்டி விட்டவன் எவனோ.
இவருக்கு இதான் வேலை.
வாயமுறா குரங்கு.
Damn, your girl so fine, but her breath is like woo. She say she wanna dance, but she don't know how to woo. I'm iced out, ooh, looking like a star. Woo.
Sangeeta Sanjay was formed in the year 2018 by likely-minded friends to bring the entire Portland community together through various initiatives and through music and dance. Some of the key initiatives that we support are Adopt a Trial, a partnership with THPRD, giving voluntary opportunities for kids and youth, immigration support for H4 kids, educational series on Vedic mathematics and dance and music workshops, Family Support 360 to help families at unprecedented times, and also doing a lot of fundraising events for the socially deprived kids. Hope you enjoy this musical video. Thank you so much for your support.
I don't know when you will reach your destination. Yenkith Koth Yogith Ko.
ನಮ ನಮ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಏನಿದು ಅವಸ್ಥೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಆಡು ಬಾಯಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕನ್ನಡವೇ ನಮ್ ತಾಯಿ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೊಡೆದ ತೆಂಗಿನಕಾಯಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೋ ಸಾಯಿ ನಮ ನಮ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಏನಿದು ಅವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೇನು ಹಂಪ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಮಾಧಿನ ಯಾಕೆಷ್ಟು ರಂಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಸಾವಧಾನ ಬೆಂದ ಕಾಳು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಾವಧಾನ ಬೆಂದ ಕಾಳು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು వచ్చిందే మెల్ల మెల్లగా వచ్చిందే క్రీము బిస్కెట్ వేసిందే గమ్మున కూసోనియాడే కుదురుగా నిల్సోనియాడే సన్న సన్నగా నవ్విండే కునుకే గాయము చేసిండే ముద్ద నోటికి పోకుండా మస్తు డిస్టర్బ్ చేసిండే హే పిల్లారేనక్క పిలగాడొచ్చిండే డిన్నర్ అన్నాడే డేటు ఉన్నాడే ఏలు పట్టి పోలు తిరిగి నిన్ను ఉల్టా సీదా చేసిండే వచ్చిందే మెల్ల మెల్లగా వచ్చిందే క్రీము బిస్కెట్ వేసిండే గమ్మను కూసోనియాడే కుదురుగా నిల్సోనియాడే సన్న సన్నగా నవ్విండే కునుకే గాయము చేసిండే ముద్ద నోటికి పోకుండా మస్తు డిస్టర్బ్ చేసిండే పిల్లారేనక్క పిలగాడొచ్చిండే వచ్చిండే
La 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 मेरी उम्र के नौजवानों दिल ना लगाना ओ दीवानों मेरी उम्र के नौजवानों दिल ना लगाना ओ दीवानों मैंने प्यार करके चैन खोया नींद खोई अरे झूठ तो कहते नहीं है लोग कोई प्यार से बढ़कर नहीं है रोक कोई चलता नहीं है दिल देखे यारो इस दिल पे जोर कोई चलता नहीं है दिल देखे यारो इस दिल पे जोर कोई इस रोग का नहीं है इलाज दुनिया में और कोई तो गाओ ओम शांति ओम शांति शांति ओम ओम शांति ओम शांति शांति ओम
பச்சைக்கிளி குறுக்கூட பச்சைக்கறி மழுக்குழு கூட பச்சைக்கிளி குறுக்கூட பச்சைக்கறி மழுக்குழு கூட கண்ணாளன் கேட்டு நுண்ணல்லோ அது நின்னே கூட்ட நாடல்லோ துடக்கம் மாங்கல்யம் தத்து நானேனா பின்னை ஜீவிதம் துப்த நானேனா துடக்கம் மாங்கல்யம் தத்து நானேனா பின்னை ஜீவிதம் துப்த நானேனா துடக்கம் மாங்கல்யம் தத்து நானேனா பின்னை ஜீவிதம் துப்த நானேனா.
ಕೇಳಿ ಕಾದಿರುವ ಬಾಂಧವರೇ ಭುವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ ಅರಿತವರೇ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಇದ್ದರದೊಂದು ದಂತಕಥೆ ನಾಲ್ಕು ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಬೇಕವನು ಬಂದೂಕು ಹಿಡಿದ ಮಾನವನು ತಲೆ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದ ಕಿರೀಟ ತೀರಾಹಟ ಗುರಿ ಬೆನ್ನತ್ತೋ ನೇತಾರನು ಪಾತ್ರದ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇರೋರು ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಇದೆ ಕದ ಹೆಸರು
ಅದು ಅನವರತ ನಾ ಅಜ್ಞಾತ ಇದೆ ವೇದಾಂತ.
ಇದು ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋ ಅವತಾರ அப்படி போடு 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 அத்தி போடு கண்ணாலே இப்படி போடு 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 எடுத்து போடு கையாலே
உன்னோட ஊரு சுத்து உப்பு முட்டை ஏறிக்கிறு உன்னோட கண்ணா புத்தி கண்ணா முச்சி ஆட வர இந்த நடை போதுமா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வேணுமா இந்த நடை போதுமா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வேணுமா இந்த நடை போதுமா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வேணுமா.
அப்படி போடு 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 அஸ்தி போடு கண்ணாலே இப்படி போடு 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 எடுத்து போடு கையாலே
పట్టుగానికి 22 వస్తిల మస్తు కట్అవుట్ వచ్చాగాండ్లా బ్యాచ్ ఉండేది వచ్చినమంటే సుట్టు కిక్కేసాలాక ఓ నైటు ఎక్కి డొక్కు బుల్లెట్టు సందు సందుల మందు కోసం ఎత్తుకుతాంటే రూటు సిల్కు షీర గట్టుకొని చిల్లు బీరు మెరిసినట్టు పొట్లం కట్టిన బిర్యానీకి బొట్టు బిల్ల పెట్టినట్టు బంగ్లా మీద నిల్సోనుందిరో ఓ సంద మామ సుఖదాక చక్కరొచ్చెరో ఏ మందం మామ చిక లెక్క దుంకుతుంటేరో ఆ సంద మామ జుంకి జారి చిక్కుకుందిరో నా దిల్లుకు మావా రాములో రాములా నన్నాగం చేసిందిరో రాములో రాములా నా ప్రాణం తీసిందిరో రాములో రాములా నన్నాగం చేసిందిరో రాములో రాములా నా ప్రాణం తీసిందిరో.
எந்த மேடை ஜிமிக்கி கம்மல் எந்த பெண் கட்டுண்டு போயே எந்த பெண் பிராண்டி குப்பி என்னம்மா குடிச்சு தீர்த்தே எந்த மேடை ஜிமிக்கி கம்மல் எந்த பெண் கட்டுண்டு போயே எந்த பெண் பிராண்டி കുപ്പി എന്നമ്മാ കുടിച്ചു തീർത്തേ
ഇവിടൊരു ചാകരയും വേളകളെയും ഒത്തു വന്നപ്പോൾ ചിലരുടെ തോതുകീറി പോയ കാര്യമോതു പോകവേ അഴകളെ കാറ്റുന്നു നീ കാതു കുത്താൻ പാടുവേടേണ്ട ചടകര സേനാപതി വീര മടുക്കാമലോലുക
എന്റെ മേട ജിമ്മിക്ക് കമൽ എന്റെ പെൺ കട്ടോണ്ടു പോയേ എന്റെ പെണ്ണ് ബ്രാൻഡി കുപ്പി എന്നമ്മാ കുടിച്ചു തീർത്തേ എന്റെ മേട ജിമ്മിക്ക് കമൽ എന്റെ പെൺ കട്ടോണ്ടു പോയേ എന്റെ പെണ്ണ് ബ്രാൻഡി കുപ്പി എന്നമ്മാ കുടിച്ചു തീർത്തേ ലലലാ ലാ 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 ലാ
ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಡು ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಡು ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕುಣಿದು ತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಕುಣಿದು ನಲಿದು ರಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಲಿದು ನನ್ನಂತೆ ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಡು ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ये सिल्क सट्टा नी वेट कट्टा लव यू सोटा सोटा talk me
hey my dear macha நீ மனச வச்சா நம்ம ஊரு சிக்கராம் நெஞ்சு ஜிக ஜிக
hey my dear ராணி ये ட்ரீம் லவானி நம்ம ஒண்ணா சேர ஃபயர் பத்தி கிரிச்சா
நம்ம பீச்சு பக்கம் போட்டாம் ஒரு டப்பாங்குத்து வேஸ்டாம் நீ என்னுடைய ரவுடி பேபி
you're my only girlfriend I'll give you pooch and we'll make us new trend baby
चला चल रही यूं ही चला चल रही कितनी हसीन है ये दुनिया फूल सारे जमेले देख फूलों के मेले बड़ी रंगीन है ये दुनिया रुम दुम दाना नक दुम दाना रुम दुम दाना नक दुम दाना रुम दुम दाना नक दुम दाना भैया
That Jimmy Ki Kamal song was exactly how I sang it.
Seriously, anybody with a good hearing capacity would definitely disagree with you.
Seri right to it.
Oh my goodness, Danya. Can we please sit down? My legs are killing me.
Same here. Oh my God. I think we should start working out or, doing some yoga or something, right?
Speaking of yoga, we have our next set of prime heroes. One is a Hatha yoga instructor.
Wow, that's amazing. Who's the other one?
The other one is a frontline warrior. It's amazing.
Wow, I can't wait to hear about them. Please help us welcome our next nominators, Aishwarya Dhananjay and Surekha Reddy, to talk about our next set of prime heroes.
This next prime hero has been conducting Hatha Yoga classes for Portland community through Chinmaya Mission Portland for more than 3 years. He teaches pranayama, asana, meditation classes and explains the core philosophy behind the yoga. He is a prominent speaker on yoga philosophy and as well as intermittent fasting. His speech on these topics at Sangeeta Sanjay's PDX Champs program in August was well received and helped many to gain the knowledge on how to build immunity through yoga. This understanding and practice is quite relevant in these pandemic times. This inspiring hero is none other than Anirudh Modi.
Hari Om everyone. Hope you're all having a nice and relaxing holiday. There are 3 questions that have been asked and I'm going to attempt to answer those. The first question, with the world having adopted virtual classes and everything online, is there any quick yoga sequence that can release stress on the eyes? The answer is yes. There are several simple things you can do. The easiest you can do is something called the Hasta Lola, which is rolling of the eyes. So all you do in this is you can roll your eyes clockwise 10 times and then anti-clockwise 10 times, like this. So this is going to help you relieve a lot of stress on the eyes. This is especially useful if you're spending a lot of time working on the computer or the monitor, in front of the monitor. I would recommend you can do this several times a day as your time allows. The second very easy and commonly used technique is called palming. So every now and then you rub your palms to warm them up and then you place it on the eyes for up to 30 seconds and this will help you relax your eyes, calm them down. This is again something I recommend doing every hour if you're sitting in front of the computer. It only takes 30 seconds. Then the third one, which is very effective but requires a little bit of discipline, is called Tratak. In this, you're basically gazing without attempting to blink your eyes on an object. The best thing I would recommend is in a dark room, light up a candle or a diya and then gaze at the flame for 10 minutes without blinking your eyes. Now, of course, what will happen is initially your eyes will blink and that's perfectly okay. What is also perfectly okay is tears will come from the eyes, but let it flow. Do not blink your eyes as much as possible. This will really improve your vision, will decrease the stress in your eyes and improve the overall health significantly in as little as 14 days if you give 10 minutes to this practice every day.
This prime hero has perfected the art of beginners. Throughout this pandemic, she has served as an ICU nurse at Providence St. Vincent. A busy mom and an inspiration to all of us. She's none other than Dahlia Jones.
At this time, we would like to congratulate a couple more of our prime heroes. They are our frontline warriors. They work tirelessly day and night taking care of our COVID patients, putting their own life at risk. They are none other than our heroes, Dahlia Johnson. Even though your videos are not here with us to play for the audience, we know that your work more than speaks for you. Congratulations once again, prime heroes, and please take care. Congratulations, heroes. Thanks for all the hard work you're doing for the community. Hey, Anupa, you've been asking me a lot of questions, right? Let me ask you one.
Sure.
We just saw your awesome performance on Swag Moms, right? So do you do a lot of TikTok videos too?
No, Danya. I always wanted to do one. I'm yet to do it. Pretty soon, you will see an awesome video from me.
I'm waiting.
Stay tuned, baby.
Well, until then, let's enjoy these people who have showed off their talents on TikTok. Please put your hands together for our next set of TikTok entries.
ಮಿಥುನ್, ಅಮೆರಿಕ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಯಾರು?
ಯಾರೋ
ಡೊನಾಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರಂಪ್.
பெட்ரோல் பம்ப் சார். இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் ஃபார்ம்ல மதர் டங்க்னு போட்டிருக்கு, என்னப்பா எழுத?
ரொம்ப நீளம்னு எழுதி விடுமா.
கருணையை மறு கவலை கல்லையாறு இதயத்தில் ஒரு இருக்கும் வரும் பொரு யாவும் இங்கே மாயம் மாயம் உன் வீரம் என்றும் சீறி பாயும் நம் தேசம் எங்கும் ரோஷமேறும் ஒரு வார்த்தை கூட புது மாற்றம் காணும்.
I promise Daddy that I will not have a boyfriend.
No, not that.
పక్కన పడ్డాది లేదు చూడర పిల్ల నాది నక్కిసు గొలుసు నీ పక్కన పడ్డాది లేదు చూడర పిల్ల నాది నక్కిసు గొలుసు.
कल मेरी साड़ी पर जूस गिरा था और मैं दोबारा नहाने गई थी. तुम चने कुकर में चढ़ाकर मेरे पास आई थी, तब रसोड़े में कौन था? हाँ, कौन था? मैं थी, तुम थी, मैं थी, तुम थी, कौन था? कुकर में से जमीन निकाल दिया और खाली कुकर गैस पर चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ा दिया.
என்ற புலம்பல கை வைக்கிறதுக்கு நீ யாரா?
அவனை நான் மட்டும் தாண்டா அடிப்பேன். யார் இடத்துல வந்து யார் சீனை போடுறது?
We are a community and a family, and I feel like we have a really supportive environment for our staff and our teachers. Parents feel like their child and they themselves are part of an extended family, and that they have that trust and that level of support when they leave their child here.
I didn't want just some place that could babysit, but more, wanted to really teach these kids and get them ready for kindergarten.
Kids are learning while also having fun, which is really important. They're getting ready for school, and we've seen a difference in the value of education here compared to his other daycare, which has really just skyrocketed his knowledge.
Anupa, where did this woman go? I think she may have joined with Shiva for the biryani. Don't worry, I have another great MC with me right now. This person who you all know as a fun and hilarious personality, please put your hands together to welcome Sindhu Sailesh. Woo! Hi Sindhu.
Hi Danya, you look pretty.
You look ravishing.
Let's give a high five, a social distancing high five.
Oh yes.
You guys have set up such a beautiful program. I was dancing all the way in my backstage. It was so wonderful.
What can I say? Thanks to, PDX Prime team, really.
Nachale, baby.
Sindhu, what's happening?
I'm setting up a mood.
For what?
For our next performance.
Okay.
Our next performance is so ravishing that they themselves named as Ravishing Divas.
You mean Ravishing Radhes?
Yes, Ravishing Radhes.
Wow, I am now excited to see this performance. Please put your hands together for Ravishing Radhes.
Right, so, hey, rapping at one time, ribbity wibbity come. What's this shade? Women they come and women they come, wow. Naturally, come on. Naturally, huh? We're naturally, everybody in my house, naturally.
नचले बेबी नाच के बिट्टू नचले हुडगरा हाट के हुड़ार बिट्टू मई कई कोणी सी नचले बेबी नाच के बिट्टू नचले हुडगरा हाट के हुड़ार बिट्टू मई कई कोणी सी नचले.
What you about to do? ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ಲೋರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ RDX ಸಾಂಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಟಮ್ಲೆಸ್ ಗ್ಲಾಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈ ಮರೆತ ಏಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆದು ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಲೈಫು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕು ಸಂಕೋಚ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಪು ಭೂಮಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾರಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ
ಹೊಸ ವರ್ಷ ಬಂದೇ ಬಿಡ್ತು ಗುರು ಇವತ್ತು 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಶುರು ನೆನೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಮರೆತು ಬಿಡು ನಾಳೆ ನಾಳಿದ್ ನಿಂದೆ ಖುಷಿ ಪಡು ಈ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಲಬೆರಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ ಮನವರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದ್ನ ಬಯಸುತ್ತಿರೋ ಪ್ರತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿನ ಹಂಚುತ್ತಿರೋ ಕೊನೆವರೆಗೆ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಲಿಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಗಲಾಟಿ ಮಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೀಸನ್ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡ ರೀಸನ್ ವರ್ಷದ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ನಂದು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ಗಂಟೆ 12 ಆಯ್ತಾ ನೋಡು ಡಿಯರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ನ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್
What a breathtaking performance it was. Danya,
yes,
I did see you grooming on this dance.
Oh my god, how can I not groove to this dance, guys? It was awesome.
Alrighty. So what's there in our next agenda?
Well, next up, we have a couple of heroes, one of whom helps heal physical scars and the other helps heal mental scars.
Wow, I cannot wait to hear about them. To introduce this wonderful prime heroes, let me introduce to you Aishwarya Dhananjay and our own MC, Dhanya Dharmaraj.
This prime hero has been serving our veterans for the past 16 years at the Veterans Administration Hospital, Portland. She is an active member of our community, working towards helping orphanages, wildfire victims, and our fellow healthcare workers during this difficult year. This inspiring role model is none other than Linita Rappel.
Hi, my name is Linita Rappel. I'm a registered nurse in one of the hospitals in Portland. Thank you for nominating me as a prime hero. And I think my son Alex has few questions.
Hi Mom, if it wasn't nursing, what other profession would you have chosen?
I would have chosen some profession where I can help people. I like to talk to people, I like to find their needs, and I like to help people.
Alright, next question. As an impact of COVID, do you see any shift happening in the way you work or methods of treating the patients in the field of nursing?
Of course, at work, we are being extremely careful and in following the hand washing and wearing the PPE. I work in the outpatient area, and we usually talk to patients a lot before and after the procedures. It's like sitting down or standing closer to patient. Since COVID, we try to make sure that we stay away more than 6 feet away, and we have to wear the PPE and the patients have to wear masks. So actually we are not seeing the face, so I always feel there's like a little communication problem there. And what I have noticed at work is every employee is helping each other, supporting each other, so I feel that we are more closer now. And I have reduced my social life a lot, thinking that I don't want to be a carrier and I don't want to make any of the patients who are like immunosuppressed or who are very weak, so I don't want to give them anything, so I'm extremely careful.
This hero is an awesome and amazing and talented yoga instructor. This hero has been volunteering in teaching yoga for many years and has been instrumental in teaching yoga to our community members for a very long time. This hero is none other than Dimple Ghiwale.
Yoga and depression. As per the World Health Organization, there are 264 million people who are suffering from depression globally. With COVID pandemic, the number of people suffering from depression is increasing. Along with depression, stress, anxiety levels are also growing. People who are suffering from depression may also have hormonal imbalance, sleep disorders, also blood circulation issues, muscle tension, etc. Yoga can help with all of the issues. Example, Dhanurvakrasana or a bow posture can help with the mood swings. Downward facing dog or Parvatasana can help with blood circulation. There is also exercises to help with regulation of the breath. Breathing techniques are all available within yoga. All in all, yoga is a very powerful antidepressant.
Congratulations, heroes. You guys have outdone yourself, especially during these tough times.
Absolutely, Danya. Danya,
Yeah?
1 minute.
Sure. Are you okay? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'll be just back in 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
I promise.
Okay. You're still live, man. What are you doing?
Oh, actually, I was dressed up, so I just thought of doing a TikTok for my fans.
Oye, bas ho gaya yaar, bas ho gaya. Chal, let's talk about our next item.
Yeah, our next item is our fun TikTok submission, just like mine.
Yeah, right. We'll see about that. Following that is another awesome mashup from Sur or Saptak team as part of Team Sandhi. Are you excited?
I'm super excited, and since it's Sandhi ji, I'm ready to tap my feet.
Let's put our hands together for Team Sandhi and the TikTok submissions.
உங்க அப்ப மாதிரிலடா எங்க அப்ப எவ்வளவு நேரம் அழுதாலும் அழுக விட்டு வேடிக்கை பாப்பாடா இடையில வந்துகிட்டு ஏன் கத்துறன்னு கேட்க மாட்டாடா எங்க அப்ப உங்ககிட்ட பேசலாம் இங்க பேசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் அடிக்க வர்ற
அந்த பொண்ணையும் உன்னையும் சேர்த்து வச்சிடலாம்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன். அந்த பொண்ணோட அப்பா பேர் என்ன? சமரசிம்மா ரெட்டி. சம்சாக்குள்ள ரொட்டியா? யோ, சமரசிம்மா ரெட்டியா?
சின்ன வயசுல நீ என்ன படுத்துற கொடுமை ஞாபகம் இருக்கா உனக்கு?
கொடுமையா? அது அந்த அம்மாவுக்கு ஞாபகமே இல்லையடா.
இல்ல நீ மறக்கலாம், ஆனா நான் மறக்க மாட்டேன். உனக்கு தைரியம் இருந்தா என்ன சொல்றா? அந்த 5 கொலையும் பண்ணதே நான் தான். எந்த மேட ஜிம்முக்கு கம்மல் எந்த பெண் கட்டோடு போயே எந்த எந்தம்மா குடிச்சு எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் மீ, அந்த குரங்கு பொம்மை என்ன விலை?
கண்ணாடி சார் அது.
நம்ம மூஞ்சி அப்படி இருக்கு.
प्यार में डूबी प्यार में खोही, प्यार की धुन में जागी न सोही हो, किसना की माला की जपती है वो जोगन.
இது சொல்வதெல்லாம் போய்
அப்புறம்
மேல வைக்காத கை.
பாட்டை நிறுத்தி போட்டீங்க. உங்க சங்கீதத்துல தொபுகடீர்னு குதிச்சு நீச்சல் அடிக்கலாம்னு ஓடோடி வந்த என்ன ஏமாத்தி போடாதீங்க.
பாபு ஸ்னேக் பாபு இட்ஸ் மீ.
कर दिल का सीना मलेरिया हुआ, ये गया यारो इसको लवेरिया हुआ, लवेरिया हुआ, लवेरिया हुआ.
आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे, आज मैं आगे जमाना है पीछे.
4 நாள் எத்தனை?
8 சார்.
மறுபடியும் வரல நீ தானே சொல்ற, பொய் சொல்லாத. வேற பாக்கெட் உள்ள கை 5 எத்தனை?
5 சார்.
ஏய், விரல மட்டும் என்ன சொல்றா?
வரல மட்டுமா? அப்ப 10 தான் சார்.
The Prime Talk entries winners are also here, you guys. Are you excited? All right. The second place for the adult Prime Talk entries goes to Rashmi Suresh. Congratulations, Rashmi. And the first place goes to Jyoti Shenoy. Congratulations, Jyoti. For the Prime Talks Kids contest, the winners were a tie between two entries. So we've decided to give the first place to both the entries. The winners are Navya Rakesh and Rohan and Arnesh. Congratulations, guys.
This is Jyoti Veeramani, your anchor for Sur or Saptak. The next rocking performance will be by Angita, Sandeep, Mini, Aniket, Abhinav and Sandhi Prakash Bhide. Our next Sur or Saptak program will be on February 27th, 2021 from 4 to 7 p.m. So please mark your calendar and stay tuned. Thank you.
चिन चिन चुप बाबा चिन चिन चू रात चांदनी मैं और तू हेलो मिस्टर हाउ डू यू डू मेरा नाम चिन चिन चुप बाबा चिन चिन चू रात चांदनी मैं और तू हेलो मिस्टर हाउ डू यू डू बाबा दिल पर रख ले हाथ जरा हो जाए ना पागल तू दिल पर रख ले हाथ जरा हो जाए ना पागल तू मेरा नाम चिन चिन चू बाबा चिन चिन चू रात चांदनी मैं और तू हेलो मिस्टर हाउ डू यू डू मेरा नाम चिन चिन चू बाबा चिन चिन चू रात चांदनी मैं और तू हेलो मिस्टर हाउ डू यू डू
சின்ன சின்ன ஆசை சிறகடிக்கும் ஆசை முத்து முத்து ஆசை முடிந்து வைத்த ஆசை வெண்ணிலவ தொட்டு முத்தமிட ஆசை என்னை இந்த பூமி சுற்றி வர ஆசை दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा मस्ती भरे मन की भोली सी आशा स्वर्ग से धरती खिल रही जैसे मेरा मन भी तो खिल रहा वैसे कोयल की तरह गाने का अरमान बिजली की तरह मचलो ये अरमान जवानी है लाई रंगीन सपना दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा मस्ती भरे मन की भोली सी आशा चांद तारों को छूने की आशा आसमानों में उड़ने की आशा चिन्न चिन्न आसे सिरगडिक्कुम आसे मुत्तु मुत्तु आसे मुडिंदु वैत्त आसे
मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली ऐ मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली ऐ मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली जरा पंख झटक गई धूल अटक और लचक मचक के दूर भटक उड़े नगर नगर कस्बे कूचे नुक्कड़ बस्ती में इतड़ी से उड़ अदा से जुड़ कर ले पूरी दिल की तमन्ना हवा से जुड़ अदा से उड़ फुर 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 तू है हीरा बन रे मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मटक्कली मटक्कली घर तेरा सलोनी बादल की कॉलोनी दिखला दे ठेंगा इन सबको जोड़ना ना जाने चारे 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 उड़ियो ना डरियो कर मनमानी 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 बढ़ियो ना मुड़ियो करना दानी उड़ियो ना डरियो कर मनमानी 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 बढ़ियो ना मुड़ियो करना दानी बस ठान ले मुस्कान ले कैसा न न न न न न न न हवा बस ठान ले तू जान ले कैसा न न न न न न न न हवा 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 हे मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मडक मडक मडक्कली मसक्कली मसक्कली उड़ मडक 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 मडक
दिल ये बेचैन वे रस्ते पे नैन वे दिल ये बेचैन वे रस्ते पे नैन वे जिंदड़ी बेहाल है सुर है ना ताल है आजा सवरिया आ आ आ आ ताल से ताल मिला ओ ताल से ताल मिला माना अनजान है तू मेरे वास्ते माना अनजान हूँ मैं तेरे वास्ते माना अनजान है तू मेरे वास्ते माना अनजान हूँ मैं तेरे वास्ते मैं तुझको जान लूँ तू मुझको जान ले आ दिल के पास आ इस दिल के रास्ते जो तेरा हाल है वो मेरा हाल है इस हाल से हाल मिला ओ ताल से ताल मिला ओ ताल से ताल मिला ताल से ताल मिला ओ ताल से ताल मिला ओ ताल से ताल मिला
हो तू भी क्या चीज है हर दिल अजीज है दिल चाहे देखे तुझे हम हर दम तू भी क्या चीज है हर दिल अजीज है दिल चाहे देखे तुझे हम हर दम रूप सुहाना लगता है चांद पुराना लगता है तेरे आगे हो जानम अरे रूप सुहाना लगता है
आगे हो जानम मैं दीवाना आवारा पागल गलियों में फिरता हूँ मैं मारा मारा मैं दीवाना आवारा पागल गलियों में फिरता हूँ मैं मारा मारा महलों की तू रहने वाली कैसे बनूंगा तेरा सहारा फिर भी न जाने दिल क्यों न माने हर दिन हर पल तुझको पुकारे रूप सुहाना लगता है चांद पुराना लगता है तेरे आगे हो जानम अरे रूप सुहाना लगता है चांद पुराना लगता है तेरे आगे हो जानम
Wow, what a power-packed performance. The TikToks and the mashup.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was awesome. And you know what? I really loved the way they danced and sang together. And Sandhiji, whenever you are starting a dance school, I will be the first one to get enrolled.
Oh, please add me to the list too, Sandhiji. Alrighty. Next up, we have a couple more heroes coming, but they're a little different. You know, so far the heroes that we've seen have accomplished so much in their lives, right? The heroes that are coming up are a couple of young budding heroes who have done an extraordinary job in helping out our elders in the time of need.
Wow, that's wonderful. And to introduce this Prime Heroes, let me welcome our own youth icon, Aditya Ananthan.
These Prime Youth Heroes teamed up and volunteered their time towards providing essential food items to elders who are most vulnerable to COVID. You may have heard of them already. Their program, PDX Concierge, was featured on various news outlets, and they received an overwhelming number of orders to be delivered. They were also joined by 15 other members in the community. These Prime Youth Heroes are none other than Neil Jane and Garrison Julius.
Hi there, my name is Neil. I'm the founder of PDX Concierge, and so to answer the first question of how did this idea kind of start, so basically I was in the beginning of the pandemic, I was helping my grandmother do some of her grocery shopping because she's elderly and she has asthma and she's in the higher risk category for COVID-19. So I was helping her doing some grocery shopping, and then I just realized there's probably plenty of people in the same situation who are afraid to leave their home and get groceries. So I just thought, since I had extra time with school being online, and I think my friends had the same perspective, I just thought this would be a great idea to pursue, and that's how I kind of started this service. And that was basically how the service started. And then for how our team handled the situation when many orders were received. So luckily, we were featured in some local newspapers and news sites about our service, and this caught the attention of many high school students who wanted to help join our cause. So as a result, we got many new volunteers from that. So after we got a lot of an overwhelming amount of orders, luckily we were able to handle the situation by delegating these deliveries to other volunteers who are interested in helping us, and that was helpful to manage all the deliveries.
Wow, great job, Neil and Gary. Keep up the good work. We are so proud of you.
That's so true. Oh my gosh, Neil and Gary, you guys are amazing. All I can think of watching you was when I was at your age. All I was doing was just going to tuitions and studying for my exams. That's all I remember, right?
Yeah.
So Sindhu, now that 2020 has come to an end, how do you feel?
2020 was a roller coaster ride. But you know what? I would lie if I would say that it did not give us some beautiful moments.
Yeah.
Definitely it did.
Yeah.
And you know what? There are our wonderful folks who have captured those beautiful moments, and they are excited to share it with us.
Yes, are you talking about Prime Shots?
Yep.
Yes, I've been waiting for this. We are so excited to present to you our Prime Shot entries. To announce the winners of the Prime Shot contest, we have Premi from OVM Photography. Hi, Premi.
Hi, Danya.
Are you ready to announce the winners?
Yes, we
All
are
right.
ready. So, the winners of the contest, the first prize today goes to Pooja Vasant. Congratulations, Pooja. I'll be reaching out to you soon to gift you your full session from OVM Photography. And the second prize goes to Manasa. Thank you, Manasa. That was an amazing submission. And in addition to all the voters' choice, I would like to actually add a couple more entries and a couple more winners.
Wow.
Because there were so many amazing entries. So the Judges' Choice Award goes to Nirupama and Nazir. Congratulations, winners. The remaining three, Manasa, Nirupama, and Nazir, you will be getting a gift card from Ovium. Thank you for participation.
Congratulations, everybody. I think I should magically summon him back again.
I'm back already?
Yes, you are.
Well, it does make sense because I do have something awesome to share with all of you.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. So, Vidya Vox is an inspiring artist. She has inspired a lot of women and made them believe that, you know, big stage belongs to everybody.
Wow.
She's one of my favorite artists. And the next contestants who are coming in are actually going to be performing one of her songs.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes, and I'm sure they're going to dazzle.
Definitely. Let's put our hands together for the Dazzlers.
Let me see ya, hey, yo. We shining so bright, yeah. Feeling alright, yeah. Living it up like a hey, yo. We gonna light up the night. Being free like a hey, yo. Put my hands in the air, yeah. Nobody can know. Living it up like a hey, yo. We gonna light up the night. Come on, dance now, S-E-S-I. Don't care if you're Mrs. Mister. Keep it burning, put the fire. Come on, dance now, let me see ya. Electric light wire. Keep it burning, put the fire. Let me see that. I'ma bring that. Let me see that. Put the fire. Let me see that. I'ma bring that. Let me see that. Let me see that. Put the fire. Let me see that. Put the fire. Got that cut this style and cut the groove now. Let your body unlock, cut the moves now. Dancing like we got nothing to prove now. Busting up the rhythm, that's the plain truth now. One time for the door, give me 2 times in a row. Give me 3 times, let it go. Losing control, just give me that cut the fire. One time for the door, give me 2 times in a row. Give me 3 times, let it go. Losing control, just give me that cut the fire. Come on, dance now, S-E-S-I. Don't care if you're Mrs. Mister. Keep it burning, put the fire. Come on, dance now, let me see ya. Electric light wire. Keep it burning, put the fire.
Wow, that was indeed a wonderful performance.
Yes, indeed. So, Danya, you've heard my version of hero's definition. What is yours?
Well, a hero is somebody who puts others before themselves, even at their own risk.
Well, the other day when my wife and I were walking, there was somebody who came to mug us, and I put my wife in front of me. Does that count?
Yeah, but not necessarily as a hero. Well, we have a couple of wonderful nominators who will give you the true definition of who a hero is. Let's put our hands together to welcome Gomati Kannan and Chetna Pandit to introduce our next set of prime heroes.
Hi, I am here to introduce not just one, but two prime heroes, our COVID frontline warriors today. These twin brothers have been working with Salem Pulmonary Associates since 2011. These heroes have been in the front line treating COVID patients for almost 10 months now. They have also given a webinar to bring awareness about using masks, PPE and other COVID do's and don'ts to the community. They have treated more than 300 critically ill patients in the intensive care units so far. They have been either doing a 12-hour shifts or day shifts or continuous 13-hour night shifts without even taking weekends off. These heroes are none other than Dr. Kavan R and Dr. Kishan R. Dr. Kavan is a pulmonary and critical care physician, and Dr. Kishan is a critical care physician at Salem Pulmonary Associates.
Hi, this is Kavan. I'm a pulmonary and critical care physician at Salem Hospital. The first question is, how do you emotionally cope up when you know the risk of getting infected is high and chances of transmitting it to family and friends is also high while treating COVID patients in the ICU period. Initially, when the pandemic started, it was very stressful. Initially, we were told that we are not getting enough PPE, and we knew the rate of virus infection and also transmission would be high. But later we had enough PPE. PPE gear does prevent infection and also transmission. Believing in science is very important, and we know that wearing appropriate PPE gear is what prevents the transmission of the virus. We still use the same precautions, and we have been using for the past 9 to 10 months. And it really helps wearing a mask, washing your hands, and keeping the distance. Initially, my wife used to prepare a drink made of turmeric, jeera and other spices, and I used to drink it almost every day, hoping to boost my immunity. But with COVID, it's not just the weakened immunity that is a problem. Even heightened immune response is also a problem. So there should be appropriate immune response. Heightened immune response leads to what we call a cytokine storm and leads to much more damage to the organs in the body. Now, most of us are immunized, so that gives you more confidence and reduces the stress of getting infected. All of us got the first dose of vaccination. We are expecting the second dose in the next 2 weeks. Once I am out of work, I never used to look into COVID news. Searching for COVID news and reading about it increases the stress period. I also used to go biking, hiking and also kayaking with the family, which helped a lot throughout the year. Second question is, what are your emotional stress busters that you use when you go through by seeing so many COVID deaths in your hospital? ICU mortality is very high, about 30%, even without COVID. So seeing a lot of patients die is not entirely new for us in the intensive care units. Although with COVID we have seen a little bit more deaths, especially when we see young and healthy people die. It is more stressful. But communicating with your colleagues and also knowing that you did everything you can to try and save the patient helps. That does give a peace of mind, although there were times when I used to drive back and think about what else could I have done to save the patient. But at the end of the day, it is stressful to see a lot of patients die in the hospital. Trying not to think about it once you are out of the hospital helps, and being busy with your other life is important. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gomati Kannan. I thank PDX Prime for giving me this opportunity to not only nominate my Prime Hero, but also acknowledge her selfless efforts with this Prime PDX Hero Award. This hero has been spending 200 plus volunteering hours every year for the past 4 years in conducting Tamil classes for kids in our Portland community. She has also been running virtual classes throughout the pandemic. There are about 85 kids from various states in the US and Canada attending these classes. She is also a multi-talented person performing dance and artworks. This Prime Hero Award goes to our very own Lavanya Kumaran. Congrats Lavanya, you truly deserve it.
So the way we take our Tamil class is a quite different way. Out of the 40 minutes we get in, I teach just for 15 to 20 minutes, whereas the remaining 20 minutes will be with any fun game or a quiz, or it will be a narrative story given to kids. So this is how the class goes on, and every week kids will be given some homework, but this will be a way of doing it in a fun way than too much of writing. So maybe they had to submit a video regarding what they have learned in the class, or they can narrate a story to me, or they can do some activity through which they can learn Tamil related words through it. And kids actually enjoying submitted these videos, and to each of these videos we give appreciation words to them, which actually encourages them more. And as I started this classes, I started observing that kids love to hear a lot of Tamil stories, and that is the way I'm trying to make them get exposed to a lot of Tamil words. They love the stories what I say, and that is the main key point for this Tamil class. And I also teach the Tamil grammar stuffs and all in a fun related way than more into a theoretical form. So this is how I keep kids engaging. So our main goal towards this Tamil language is they should start loving the Tamil language. They should not feel it as a burden. They should love to learn it. They should get the interest to learn this language. So that is what we are mainly concentrating, and we are trying to take it in a fun related way such that kids enjoy learning Tamil language.
को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के.
Dude, what's with the picture, man?
Oh, that. Last time when I was singing, somebody said that I didn't have Shruti, so I brought her along with me.
Oh, this is why they are not letting you do Smule cover, man.
Well, I tried.
I know. Thank God they didn't take it. We have a bunch of amazing folks who did a much better Smule cover than this guy.
But before that, do you know what is David Warner's favorite Indian song?
No, which one? Wow, what a coincidence. This song is also being used by the next mashup group, Tilak and Team. I am so excited.
Me too.
Yeah, let's welcome Tilak and Team to take both Warner's and our breath away.
The club isn't the best place to find the lover, so the bar is where I go. got my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, put the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. Now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. Oh, I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, and now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Oh, I, oh, I, oh, I, oh, I. I'm in love with your body. Oh, I, oh, I, oh, I, oh, I. I'm in love with your body. Oh, I, oh, I, oh, I, oh, I. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you.
Urvasi, take it easy, Urvasi. Usi pola, odambirinda deva illa pharmacy. Urvasi, take it easy, Urvasi. Usi pola, odambirinda deva illa pharmacy. Varkayil வெல்லவே take it easy policy. வானவில் வாழ்க்கையில் வாலிபம் ஒரு fantasy. ஊர்வசி ஊர்வசி take it easy ஊர்வசி.
ఇంతకన్నా మంచి పోలికేది నాకు తట్టలేదు గాని అమ్మో, ఈ లవ్ అనేది బొబ్లు గమ్మో, అంటుకున్నదంటే పోదు నమ్మో. ముందు నుంచి అందరన్న మాటే గాని మళ్ళీ అంటున్నానే అమ్మో, ఇది చెప్పకుండా వచ్చే తుమ్మో, ప్రేమ నాపలేరు నన్ను నమ్మో. ఎంతగానే ఎదురు చూపుకి తగినట్టుగా నువ్వు బదులు చెబితివే. ఓరి దేవుడా ఇదేందనేంత లోపటే, పిల్లడా అంట దగ్గరైనను చేరదీస్తివే. బుట్టబొమ్మా బుట్టబొమ్మా నన్ను చుట్టుకుంటివే, జిందగీకే అట్టబొమ్మై జంట కట్టుకుంటివే. அடவடி தூக்குதோர அலப்பறையானதோர, கடலடி சோக்குதோர உனக்குல ஏது குறை. சண்டைக்கும் பந்திக்கும் முந்துவோம், சாமிக்கு மட்டும்தான் ஜீவோம். மண்ணுக்கு ஒன்று நாள் துள்ளுவோம், அன்பையும் நிட்டித்தான் சொல்லுவோம். துறை எழுந்து வந்தா பறையடி, எகிரி வந்தா அடிதடி 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 அடிதடி. வேட்டி 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 கட்டு, வேட்டி 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 கட்டு, சேர சோழ பாண்டிக்கெல்லாம் சேர்த்து கட்டு. வேட்டி 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 கட்டு, வேட்டி 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 கட்டு, சேர சோழ பாண்டிக்கெல்லாம் சேர்த்து கட்டு.
ಟುವಿ 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 ಎಂದು ಹಾಡುವ ಹೊಸ ಹಕ್ಕಿಯ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಟುವಿ 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 ಎಂದು ಹಾಡುವ ಹೊಸ ಹಕ್ಕಿಯ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾ ಹಾರಿದೆ. ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾ ಹಾರಿದೆ ಹಾರಿದೆ.
मिट जाए गम बोलो शुभ शाम हरे कृष्ण हरे राम दम मरो दम मिट जाए गम बोलो शुभ शाम हरे कृष्ण हरे राम हरे कृष्ण हरे राम हरे कृष्ण हरे राम
ಮೂರೇ ಮೂರು ಪೆಗ್ಗಿಗೆ ತಲೆಗೆರೆ ಗೆರೆ 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 ಅಂದಿದೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ ಯಾರೋ ಈ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಫುಲ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಳೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವಳೆ ಕಡಕ್ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾವಳೆ ಬೌನ್ಸರ್ ನಾ ಕೇಳಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡು ನೀ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳು ಈ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸೂಪರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಬಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್ Disco lights and lasers ನನ್ನ ಮೈಯ ಮೇಲಿದೆ blazers DJ write some bass up so we gonna put your hands up
अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है
ತಾಯಿ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ತಾಯಿ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ ಪ್ರೇಮದಿಂದಲಿ ಸಲಹು ಮಾತೆ ನೀಡು ಸನ್ಮತಿ ಸೌಖ್ಯದಾತೆ ಪ್ರೇಮದಿಂದಲಿ ಸಲಹು ಮಾತೆ ನೀಡು ಸನ್ಮತಿ ಸೌಖ್ಯದಾತೆ ತಾಯಿ ಶಾರದೆ ಲೋಕ ಪೂಜಿತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾತೆ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ
लकड़ी की काटी काटी पे गोरा गोरे की दुम पे जो मारा हथौड़ा दौड़ा 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 गोरा तुम उठा के दौड़ा 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 गोरा तुम उठा के दौड़ा थोड़ा था घमंडी पहुंचा सब्जी मंडी बर्फ पड़ी थी बर्फ में लग गई ठंडी टकबक 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 घोड़ा था घमंडी पहुंचा सब्जी मंडी बर्फ पड़ी थी बर्फ में लग गई ठंडी दौड़ा 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 घोड़ा दुम उठा के दौड़ा 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 घोड़ा दुम उठा के दौड़ा
ಅಪಾರ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಗಳಿಸಿ ಮೆರುವ ಭವ್ಯ ನಾಡಿದು ಕರ್ನಾಟವಿದುವೆ ನೃತ್ಯ ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಕಲೆಯ ಪೀಡಿದು ಅಪಾರ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಗಳಿಸಿ ಮೆರುವ ಭವ್ಯ ನಾಡಿದು ಕರ್ನಾಟವಿದುವೆ ನೃತ್ಯ ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಕಲೆಯ ಪೀಡಿದು ಅಪಾರ ಕೀರ್ತಿಯೇ ಮಾತೆ ತುಂಗಭದ್ರೆ ಹರಿಯುತ್ತಿಹಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನವನ ಪಾಪವನ್ನು ತೊಳೆವ ಕಲ್ಪವಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನವನ ಪಾಪವನ್ನು
चल 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 சிறுகே வெத்து चल 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 காற்றில் ஏறி चल போப்போ வாழ்வே காக்கா முத்தரான் புத்த வித்த ஓட்ட சத்தரான் மலை வேறனும் எங்கள் அண்ணன் தம்பிதான் நட்சத்திரம் வருவது நம்மை நம்பித்தான் வெளியாகும் நேரிலே சந்தில் பொந்தில் போட புரிம்பும் தேடி போக்கன் பார்க்கும் யாவும் உன் சொந்தம் இந்த நீ பொப்போ இன்னும் மேலே போ
Next up, we have the wonderful Vinuta Hiremat and Sindhu Sailesh to introduce our next set of Prime Heroes.
The next Prime Heroes Team Award goes to a batch of dedicated volunteers who have been teaching Sanskritam to Portland kids. These heroes very quickly adapted to virtual mode and continued to teach Sanskritam to 30 plus kids and adults every week, spending several hours. These volunteers have spent tremendous effort in getting Sanskritam as a foreign language. They are now recognized in Beaverton School District and have first enrollment in high school this year. This team of dedicated volunteers have been playing a key role in driving awareness about Sanskritam through plays and skits at various prestigious events with the mission of making Sanskritam as a household language. These are our prime heroes: Govinda Kurup, Krishna Prasad Srirama, Padma Shri Gargesa, Ramesh Arakoni, Savita Srinivasa, Saumya C, Sridhar Mahankali, Sri Vidya Krishna.
Hi, good evening. The question is, why should Sanskrit be learned as a language in the Western world? Hi, my name is Krishna Prasad, a volunteer with Samskrita Bharati. Sanskritam or any other language is used to communicate ideas and have a conversation. So is Sanskritam. Except that Sanskritam is a little bit special. The very word Sanskritam means Samyak Kritam, very well made. And in a Western world, yes, definitely one advantage is that it is a unifier of all Indians, irrespective of their mother tongue, because every mother tongue from India has some influence or is derived from Sanskritam. And Sanskritam by itself has richness in both literature and science. The very alphabet series, has such a nice design of these characters or letters is that it is not just vowels and consonants. Even the consonants among themselves are divided as hard consonants, soft consonants, nasal components, and there is these vyanjanas which are like kavarga, throat, chavarga, palate, tavarga, using the tongue, tavarga, where tongue is touching the teeth, and pavarga, which is the lips, and then so on and so forth. And also by pronouncing, doing the ucharana of all these letters, basically you're exercising all the muscles inside your mouth and thereby pronouncing this distinctly to convey your ideas. And besides that, Sanskritam has richness because it is one of the oldest languages, if not the oldest, has richness in terms of literature, not just spiritual nature, even science, mathematics, astronomy. Very recently I was looking at or watching a documentary from a Houston doctor who was looking at Shushrutas medicinal practices of nasal surgery 2000 years ago. He was surprised how Shushruta had mastered almost very close to the current procedure. So we know that. And the second thing, one of the advantages that Sanskritam has already figured out a lot of experiments, because any discovery you can kind of trace back to some sort of either its idea or as an implementation in the language or in the literature. So by introducing Sanskritam to younger generation and to the Western world, we can help increase the velocity and the importance of doing research. It is literally going to be research simply because it was already done once and we're going to figure it out. And from there, we could just kind of expand or grow further. So it's very, very relevant in terms of acquiring the knowledge and learn and continue to learn. So Sanskritam is very relevant.
Hello friends, I'm so happy and super proud to talk about this Prime Hero. This Prime Hero is a breast cancer survivor herself since 2004. And since she has gone through this journey, she knows that how important it is to have a woman's support. And since I know her personally, I have seen her making a lot of difference to the people who is going through breast cancer. And since 2013, she has been volunteering in a non-profit organization called Breast Friends, and since 2018 till now, she is an executive director and she's continuing her support. I would really want to refer her own words for breast cancer. This is what she says. Breast cancer is not a club that anyone wants to join, but it is comforting to know that Breast Friends is here to give hope, inspiration, and community of sisterhood. A true inspiration to all the women, and she is from our own Portland, and it is none other than my own friend, a very dear friend of mine, Mrs. Alison Hancock.
I lead a team of women at Breast Friends who are helping other women navigate the waters of breast cancer. This year alone, we have helped over 125 women who have heard the words, "You have cancer." We have a variety of programs and services that will help a woman along on her journey and give her the confidence that she can get through this difficult time in her life. I personally am involved with our metastatic group. I lead a monthly support group for the metastatic women, and metastatic means that breast cancer has spread beyond the breast to other parts of the body. And I've also been a guest on our radio show, which airs weekly on Voice America. What motivates me is my own personal battle with breast cancer. As a 16-year survivor, I have had the experience of going through a diagnosis, through treatment and surgeries, and know about the fear and isolation that breast cancer diagnosis can bring. And I want to help and encourage other women who have heard those words. It encourages me every day to be able to provide hope and encouragement to women who are battling their breast cancer journey.
where did Shiva go?
Shiva, he's done with his biryani. Now he's gone for his dessert.
Of course, typical Shiva, right?
I know. Tell me about it.
Well, I missed you, man.
Me too. Now that the sappy part is all done, what's up in our next agenda?
Well, next up we have a couple of prime heroes who have done a lot for our community. Please put your hands together to invite our nominators, Padma Shri Gargisa and Subha Singaram, to talk about our next set of prime heroes.
Hi. This next personality is well known among the Portland community as someone who works tirelessly and quietly behind the scenes. This unsung hero, who very much prefers to stay that way, works to facilitate community involvement, including youth participation in food drives, educational programs and initiatives, and in improving living standards of the underprivileged, to name a few. Under the banner of Chetna Foundation, his sphere of activities extends to similar initiatives in various states back home in India as well. For being ever inspiring through his selfless service to the society, we would like to recognize Ravi Kumar Denegala as our prime hero. Thank you.
The biggest challenge that we have seen is inspiring people to stay self-motivated without human interaction. Before the pandemic, people were eager to volunteer with their friends and family to help others and see the impact that they are making. The joy that they brought to others is what caused them to continue volunteering. But due to the restrictions on social interactions, it is no longer possible to see the impact firsthand. This has caused it to be difficult motivating people to participate in events and help raise money. Although this has been tough, the support of our loyal Chetana community has allowed us to stay strong during this time. It is because of our community's passion to help other people that we believe Chetana will be back in full force once the pandemic comes to an end.
This prime hero has been inspiring the Portland community by participating in multiple community services during the pandemic. During this year's Northwest wildfire, this hero helped raise funds to support the affected families with their essential needs. This hero has also been supporting high school students across the nation in organizing virtual camps for younger kids, which keeps both the younger and the elder kids busy during these challenging times. Other than helping her friends nearby when in need, while also taking good care of the family, she manages to serve multiple non-profits almost every weekend. A true role model from our local community, our next prime hero is Meenu Sethu.
Greetings everyone. Thank you to PDX Prime for the extensive, warm, thoughtful and noble efforts. This is a great way to motivate many volunteers to come forward and help with the betterment of our community. There is so many blessings we can all share. It's all about making the time and placing it in the front is the key. Portland has been home for almost 2 decades. In all these years of volunteering, my most gratifying moments are still helping my team of friends cook in shelter homes, adopting and supporting the education of underprivileged scholars in developing countries. Recently, during COVID, have been fortunate to have the time to be a part of a mammoth effort to help the food service industry thrive during these very difficult times, along with appreciating healthcare workers who are working relentlessly. Last but not the least, also assisted families that were affected by the Oregon wildfires, which means we helped rebuild their homes from scratch, and this was only because of the help of so many generous community members. During my early childhood years, I have watched my parents provide enormous amount of support to the less privileged, heard so many stories about my grandparents that have impacted the lives of over 100 families back in the days.
Danya, yes?
What are you doing?
I'm dancing, dude.
Thanks for clarifying that. Why dance all of a sudden?
Well, I was actually inspired by our next performance. You know, they are called Team Nachi Nachi.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So now let's welcome Team Nachi Nachi.
तुम चाहती हो कि मैं स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर कंपटीशन में हिस्सा ना लूं, तो चाहती हो कि मैं डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाऊं ताकि तुम्हारे जीतने के चांसेस और बढ़ जाए, क्योंकि लेट्स फेस इट, तुम और डांस इज लाइक मी एंड वो. Gosh, you're disgusting me. I don't want to talk to you. अगर मैं तुम्हारी जगह होती ना, तो यही कहती.
ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फ्लोर पटना, ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फ्लोर पटना, ओ मैं नचने दा मूड बनाया, हार्डकोर दा मैं मूड बनाया, अच्छा फ्लोर पटना, ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फ्लोर पटना. आ जाना फ्लोर पे दिखा दे अपना फ्लो, तो तेरे जिगर में अगर दम हो तो आ जाना फ्लोर पे दिखा दे अपना फ्लो, तो तेरे जिगर में अगर दम हो तो मुझे फिक्र न फाका, ये मेरा है इलाका, मैं बम तू पटाखा, मैं डरती नहीं किसी से प्यो तो. So baby, let's go. तेरी फालतू की बातें मिनटों में करूं बैक, तेरे ही इलाके में तुझे ही करूं हाईजैक, तेरी फालतू की बातें मिनटों में करूं बैक, तेरे ही इलाके में तुझे ही करूं हाईजैक. तेरी बेबी की मुझ पे नजर हो रहा है बेसब्र, उसको मैं दे दूं दिल और तुझको दे दूं हार्ट अटैक. बेबी नच्ची 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 जा तू.
Carefree baby नाच रही है कल्ली, डीजे वाले की जान खा रखी है भाई है ये चल्ली, क्या क्या गटक रही है भाई मेरे समझ से है ये पार, पागल करे जा रही है, लंदन की गली गली जैसे नाच रही है, लगता है फ्लोर तोड़ के मानेगी, सारे कोरियोग्राफरों को ये निचोड़ के मानेगी, मेरी बात जो करवाओ इसको पास मेरे ले आओ, ये तो तुमको से ही मेरे दिल को फोड़ के मानेगी. बेबी नच्ची 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 जादू, नच्ची 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 जादू, नच्ची 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 जादू, नच्ची 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 जादू. ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फ्लोर पटना.
Wow, that was a sweet performance. Wait, why did I say sweet? Arey yaar, now I want to taste something sweet. You remember those sweet, yummy pastries?
I know. You know what, Danya? I had the tremendous opportunity to visually enjoy these pastries made by wonderful kids and adults from our very own Portland community.
What?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Will we get to taste it?
Nope. Sorry. You just get to see it. That's it.
Arey yaar. Well, at least we can, watch whoever has submitted the entries for this Prime Bake contest. I just really need to see some pastries right now.
Tanya, stop drilling. Let's watch it.
I do not have any control over it, but, let's welcome the Prime Bake entries.
I know. Let's.
The Prime Bakers Contest winners are also in, you guys. I'll let the judges tell you who the winners are for this contest.
Good evening all. My name is Sumi Pramod. I'm the founder of Curry TV and co-host on HNet American Kitchen. I'm here to announce the winners of Prime Bakers of 2020. I had the pleasure of judging along with Shreya Das and Dunita Julius. We were so amazed at all the participants and their talents. Judgment was not an easy task. There were a total of 17 entries, out of which 5 were kids. I must say we have some incredible bakers in our community. We want to express our appreciation and gratitude to all participants, especially the kids. As announced in the adult category, first place winners and People's Choice winner will receive a Conjuvaram sari, and second and third place winners will receive an Amazon gift cards. In kids category, winners will also receive gift cards. Are we all ready? Drum roll, please. In kids category, the winners are Malati Makesh and Subha Rakesh. Malati and Shubha, your presentation and theme was precise. You both will be contacted by our organizers with further details. Now, for our adult category, the winners are, shall we start from the third place? Third place goes to Simlu Paulson. Second place goes to Deepak Vijay. People's Choice Award goes to Deepthi S. And our grand winner of 2020 Prime Baking event is Sarita Anantola. Thank you all participants for your hard work and dedication. Stay safe and healthy. Happy baking. Happy New Year.
Hi Sindhu.
Hi Danya.
Are you here for the ball drop?
Absolutely. Are you here for the ball drop too?
You know it.
क्या बात है साड़ी से glam doll.
इतना ही तो बनता है boss.
Perfect. So do you want to talk about our next Prime Heroes?
Oh yes. So our next set of Prime Heroes have gone above and beyond to keep our community together in spite of all the chaos.
Absolutely. So let's welcome Savita Srinivas and Rakesh Rajgopal to talk about our Prime Heroes.
Our next Prime Hero is a multi-talented, multilingual and a fearless and a passionate leader. She has tirelessly worked to provide food for healthcare workers, lent a hand for Estacada wildfire relief by going in person to the impacted area and helping the needy. She has helped several fundraising programs by being a back-end technical help. She is also a dedicated volunteer to teach Sanskritam to kids in Portland area and is an active member of Sanskrit Bharati. She supports Sangeeta Sanjay Chetana Foundation and other non-profit events for the community. She has spent several hours in editing videos and stitching them together for various community events, even till 3 a.m. at times. She is truly an unsung hero and a very rare gem of our Portland community. She is none other than Srimati Padmashri Gargesa.
Firstly, thanks for my nomination and PDX Prime for this recognition. However, I haven't been able to convince myself that this is well deserved. To answer the question, this year has posed some unusual challenges to us all. The actions of a few remarkable individuals, the true heroes of this year, working at the front line, putting others ahead of themselves and their own families is enough to inspire the rest of us to act and contribute in whatever small manner we can. Also, in my in-person interactions with the underprivileged in shelters, having heard their life's experiences firsthand, I have realized they are nothing but normal individuals like you and me, and are in the situation they are in due to a few unfortunate events that they have faced, or maybe due to some decisions that they might have made. It has made me realize that I am fortunate and to count my blessings in life and do my small part to help improve theirs.
Hello everyone. Our next Prime Hero has been teaching music lessons to kids and adults in the Portland metro area for past several years for free. This hero has helped to raise donations to religious organizations in Portland. She has been involving in organizing a bone marrow donation camp and generating awareness among our community about the same. She has been instrumental in organizing several classical music shows at Portland Balaji Temple. This Prime Hero is none other than Srimati Smita Chakravarti. Thank you.
Work-life balance is probably the most asked question to me. Yes, I'm a mom. I also teach music and I also work at Intel. So a lot of people do ask me, how do I juggle these things? And honestly, I couldn't have done even 1/10 of what I'm doing right now if not for my rock, my husband, Anand Rangarajan. He's been there every step of the way and picks up a lot of slack from me. My children also are a big support. I mean, they know that when I'm in classes not to come and trouble Amma. So they tend to do their own breakfast, handle their own things, and I'm very proud of them for doing that. I also have a lot of support from the community, the moms especially when we're preparing for a large program. They bring in food, they help us so that we don't actually have to stretch ourselves beyond our means. But ultimately, when it comes to work-life balance, I think it comes down to priority. What is it that you enjoy doing? What is it that you want to do? You should prioritize for that, and that's what I do. I love to cook for my family. I love to work on music programs. I love to MC for dance programs, and that's what I tend to dedicate my time to. And I delegate the rest of the work to others. I mean, it comes down to prioritization.
Congratulations, Padmashri Gargesa and Smita Chakravarti. You guys are truly a blessing for us.
+1 on that. What are you doing? It has to be Western, go like that.
No, it has to be classical.
No, it's Western.
Arey, chhod yaar.
I think we'll let the professionals take over.
So let's welcome our team Starbucks who are doing classical performance to a peppy twist.
Put your hands up where I can see. Get back that heart you stole from me. Guess you never knew my love was criminal. It's laid through your heart like a wounded soldier, and she showed no mercy. For your blood she thirsty. Smelling the fear when the night is over, and she not that evil. She just like to take control. The girls that you used to know, for all the hearts that you took for broke. Boy, where you're running, ain't no one coming, no one to save you from the fall. She said, put your hands up where I can see. Get back that heart you stole from me. Guess you never knew my love was criminal. Give it all up, 'cause there's no use. What you done comes back to you. Guess you never knew this love was criminal.
That was way better than what we just did.
Hannah, sorry, all the viewers if you have caused any inconvenience by our dancing.
So Sindhu, what do we have next?
Next.
What's that sound? What are you doing?
So Danya, what does this music reminds you of?
Festivity, lights?
Lights, yes.
Okay, lights, okay. Can you elaborate maybe?
That is what I'm talking about. Our people, Portland people, have taken so many pictures of their lights and videos and have shared with us, and that was a contest.
Are you talking about Prime lights?
Yes.
I have been wanting to watch this because I wanted ideas to decorate my home.
It's beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next Prime light entries. you guys ready to find out who won the Prime Lights contest? Second place goes to Sindhu Sailesh, and the first place goes to Ashwin Kumar and Lavanya Ambati. Congratulations, winners! Wow, that was amazing, you guys. The Prime Light contest entries, each one of you all had done such an amazing job. Now we have so many ideas to decorate our homes, right, Sindhu?
Absolutely.
So, Sindhu, what do we have next? Talk to us about our next Prime heroes.
Our next Prime heroes are our Portland Super Women. So, as the name says, they have put so much time and effort for our community. And you know what? I was lucky enough to be a small part for this amazing team.
Wow, that's awesome, Sindhu. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Following Portland Superwomen, we have another set of superhero teams who have dedicated a lot of time and effort in passing on our native language to our next generation. Isn't that awesome? They are none other than Shri Balaji Vidyalaya, Kannada Patashale teachers.
So viewers, please put your hands together to welcome our Prime Hero teams.
This group of dedicated women have been the pillars behind the Meals to Healthcare Workers initiative and also the relief provided to the fire victims. They've always given back to the community. These heroes are Lini Tarapal, Jyoti Viramani, Priya Menon, Padmashri Gargesa, Mekala Mohan, Nappinai Badri, Pooja Kumari, and Meenu Setu. Thanks to these heroes and their families who have enabled and support them to give back to the community.
For the past few years, I have been fortunate enough to have the opportunity to raise funds for various causes that have been close to my heart. Then early this year, COVID struck and it changed the way we live. We heard of hospitals that were overwhelmed with COVID patients and of doctors working long hours to take care of these patients, barely getting time to take a break for themselves or even have their meals properly. That is when I heard of Aishwarya Dhananjay starting the initiative called Thanks to Healthcare Workers. I approached Aishwarya and together we worked to coordinate and serve meals to various hospitals in the Portland area. We were very fortunate that the community came together. I started working closely with Aishwarya and both of us discussed about coordinating with local area restaurants and providing meals for healthcare workers. Many of the restaurants themselves were going through a lot of struggles with people not being able to dine in, and this was a good means to work towards getting the food to the hospitals and the healthcare workers. I spoke with my friends also in the community who were more than willing to help. They were ready to pitch in any way. They said, we can help drive the food from the restaurants to the hospital, and many of them were willing to donate generously towards the meals for the healthcare workers. And so all of us joined hands together and the community came together in such a beautiful way. I'm so grateful to be part of such a loving, caring and giving community.
Namaste. We would like to nominate a team of 10 dynamic teachers who have been volunteering at Balaji Vidyalaya, teaching Kannada language and its rich culture to our next generation. This initiative is especially vital in a foreign land to pass on our traditional values to our children. The Kannada syllabus, which is recognized by University of Mysore, has 8 levels of curriculum. Currently, there are over 40 students in 3 different age groups taking advantage of this initiative. The team of our beloved teachers has been spending numerous hours every week preparing the curriculum and conducting classes online, even during the pandemic. Not just that, this wonderful team has also been working with Beaverton and Hillsborough school districts to formally incorporate Kannada in their foreign language programs. Here is our hero team: Anil Yadalam, Megha Kumar, Rajashekara Gopal Rao, Anaga Jamadagni, Prabha Chetan, Purnima Girish, Vanishri Vedant, Vidya Siddesh, Sharada Babu, and Chinmayi Arun. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank PDX Prime event organizers for recognizing all the heroes in our community. Thank you for nominating and recognizing Shri Balaji Vidyalaya Kannada Pathashala teachers as heroes. On behalf of our 10 teacher team, I would like to share our journey of teaching Kannada language to our kids during this pandemic. We used to conduct in-person classes at Balaji Temple and quickly adapted to online teaching using Google Classroom and Google Meet. We also use a learning management system called Book Widgets for assignments and exams. We have also partnered with Kannada Academy, a national team. Their curriculum has been approved by University of Mysore. We are also working with Beaverton School District and Hillsborough School District to recognize Kannada as a foreign language for our high school students. I would like to thank all our teachers for spending numerous hours every week in preparing and teaching Kannada to our kids.
We now have the winners for the Prime Moves contest as well. Let's welcome our judges to announce the winners of the Prime Moves contest.
You look lovely today.
Thank you, Deepa. So do you.
Thank you.
So Portland, we all know 2020 has been a tough path for all of us. But it is also said, stronger the will, stronger the fate. And I think that is a spirit NYE Ball Drop PDX Prime is bringing us with this whole event and taking us in 2021 with a blast. Hai na, Deepa?
Absolutely. All my friends are talking about this event. On Facebook, you must have seen there is so much buzz about the event.
That is true.
And so thank you, PDX Prime. And I'm especially grateful to them that they gave us an opportunity to judge the dance portion of the evening. So we had so many amazing entries, and kudos to all of you. Shweta and I had a really tough time.
Yes.
But we enjoyed watching each of your moves. You know, so much passion, so much energy, and so much effort. You know, hats off to you. So without much further ado, we're going to go ahead and announce a couple of prizes for Prime Moves tonight.
Yes. So we'll start with the second place. And I have to say, I agree with Deepa completely. It was so difficult to decide which one of you is doing the best. I mean, all of you are doing the best. And it was the high spirit and the enthusiasm that took the cake. So with that, our second place winner are Ravishing Radhes. Yay, girls!
Yeah. Congratulations, Ravishing Radhes. And now for the winner. Drum roll, please. The winner for Prime Moves 2020 is Starbucks.
Congratulations. And with that, we come to the end. And Happy New Year!
And keep dancing.
Yay!
Sa pa sa.
Dude, what are you doing, man?
I'm prepping for my next mule cover.
I think you should permanently delete your smule cover and just focus on making funny videos on TikTok.
Well, up next is another set of mule contestants that are going to sing, and I am not part of it.
Also, stay tuned on that. The winner of this mule cover contest is going to get an amazing opportunity to jam with a very famous celebrity singer.
எத்தனை சந்தோஷம் தினமும் கொட்டுதும் மேல நீ மனசு வச்சு புட்டா ரசிக்க முடியும் உன்னால நீ சிந்துற கண்ணீரும் இங்க நிரந்தரம் இல்ல இத புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டாலே இங்க நீ தாண்டா ஆல எத்தனை சந்தோஷம் தினமும் கொட்டுதும் மேல நீ மனசு வச்சு புட்டா ரசிக்க முடியும் உன்னால நீ சிந்துற கண்ணீரும் இங்க நிரந்தரம் இல்ல இத புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டாலே இங்க நீ தாண்டா ஆல கண்ண கட்டிக்கிட்டு எல்லாம் இருட்டுன்னு நீ கூவாதப்பா வட்டம் போட்டுக்கிட்டு சின்ன உலகத்தில் நீ வாழாத
ರುಚಿಗಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಊಟವ ಕಂಡೆ ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ಕಾಣದ ಪಾಠವ ಕಂಡೆ ಅಳುವ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೆಯ ಕಂಡೆ ಆಡೋ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನತಿ ಕಂಡೆ ಕಲಿಯೋ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ ಒಂಟಿತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯವ ಕಂಡೆ ಜಂಟಿತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಯವ ಕಂಡೆ ನವಿಲು ಕಾಣದ ಗರಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ ಗುರುವೇ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಕಣ್ಣಲು ತೇವವ ಕಂಡೆ ಇರುಳಲಿ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಜಾವವ ಕಂಡೆ ರಾಜರು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೋಶವ ಕಂಡೆ ಕೋಶವ ಮುರಿಯುವ ಶಾಸನ ಕಂಡೆ ದಾಸರು ಕಾಣದ ಪದವನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ ಬಡತನಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಬಡತನ ಕಂಡೆ ಧರ್ಮರಾಯನ ಸುಳ್ಳನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ ಆಂಜನೇಯನಲು ಅಹಮ್ಮು ಕಂಡೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಾತಿನಲು ತಪ್ಪನು ಕಂಡೆ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲು ಭೇದವ ಕಂಡೆ ನೆತ್ತರು ತುಂಬಿದ ಅನ್ನವ ಕಂಡೆ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಸಾವಿನ ನಂಟ
नजर जो तेरी लागे मैं दीवानी हो गई दीवानी हाँ दीवानी दीवानी हो गई मशहूर मेरे इश्क की कहानी हो गई जो जगने न मानी तो मैंने बिठानी कहते मेरी खूब चली हुई कहती है ये दीवानी मस्तानी हो गई
மலர்கள் கேட்டேன் வனமே தந்தனை தண்ணீர் கேட்டேன் அமிர்தம் தந்தனை மலர்கள் கேட்டேன் வனமே தந்தனை தண்ணீர் கேட்டேன் அமிர்தம் தந்தனை எதை நான் கேட்பேன் எதை நான் கேட்பேன் உன்னையே தருவாய் எதை நான் கேட்பேன் உன்னையே தருவாய்
सांसों की जरूरत है जैसे सांसों की जरूरत है जैसे जिंदगी के लिए बस एक सनम चाहिए आशिकी के लिए जान की जरूरत है जैसे जाम की जरूरत है जैसे बेखुदी के लिए हाँ एक सनम चाहिए आशिकी के लिए
निदानमागयो सितालुम निलामलोडियो सितालुम निदान मनम तेडुम मान बालन பூவாயனீதும் பூபாலன் என் மடியின் மரபாலன் என தோன்றுதே செந்தூரா சேர்ந்து செல்வம் செந்தூரா செங்காந்தல் பூ உன் தேரா மாறின் நம்பு ஐந்தும் வைத்து ஒன்றாய் காற்றில் ஏதாயா செந்தூரா சேர்ந்து செல்வம் செந்தூரா
तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर सारे संसार का प्यार मैंने तुझी में पाया तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए
I don't know what you were going through. I thought that you were fine. Why did you have to hide?
I didn't want to let you down, but the truth is out. It's tearing me apart, not listening to my heart.
I really had to go, and I will never stop you, even though nothing has to change. You can find me in the space between, where two worlds come to me. I'll never be out of reach.
Nini Rama, Nini Shama, Nini Allah, Nini Yesu, Nini Karma, Nini Dharma, Nini Marma, Nini Prema, Nima Jivada Malika Nanu, Nima Panina Sevaka Nanu, Nanagenu Esarullah, Esarulli Nanallah.
लाई मैं तो लाई बहारों की अफसानी भी वहाँ से, ना ना मुझे छूना ना दूर ही रहना, परी हूँ मैं। आए कोई मेरी पनाहों में ले जाए ये नजारे, देखे कोई मेरी निगाहों में पहचाने ये इशारे।
இளமைக்கு நடையழகு, முதுமைக்கு நடையழகு, கல்வருக்கு இளவழகு, காதலருக்கு நிலவழகு, நிலவுக்கு கலையழகு, பார்வைக்கு சிறகழகு, நிலவுக்கு கலையழகு, பார்வைக்கு சிறகழகு, அவ்வைக்கு கூணழகு, அன்னைக்கு செய்யழகு.
Remember, I told you guys the winner of this mule contest is going to be jamming with a celebrity singer. It's none other than Vijay Prakash. Oh my god, I am so excited to watch the winners jam with Vijay Prakash. Without any further ado, enjoy everybody.
जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने के तले, आजा जरी मारे नीले आसमाने के तले। जय हो, जय हो। आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने के तले, आजा जरी मारे नीले आसमान के तले। जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, रत्ती रत्ती सच्ची मैंने जान लगाई है, नच नच कोयलों पे रात बिताई है, अखियों की नींद मैंने तुमको से उड़ाई, गिन गिन तारे मैंने उंगली जलाई है। हे आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने के तले, आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमान के तले। जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो।
Salud,
Shiva, who do you think is coming up next?
Well, just to add some more sparkle to this already sparkly event, we're going to have one of the best singers of the current generation. He's given his voice to almost all the leading heroes across Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Hindi,
Wow.
and continues to be one of the most sought after playback singers by all the top musicians today.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm elated to present to you the singing stealer of hearts and the owner behind the voice of the song, Innum Konjam Neram Irundal Daan Enna. None other than the
Vijay Prakash.
Hello, Portland. This is Vijay Prakash, and I'm so happy to see all of you on this virtual, fantastic event on this New Year Eve. My dear friend Ananthan from Portland called me and he said PDX Prime, his company, is doing this a grand virtual ball drop event for the New Year's, and he wanted me to perform for this event, and I said there's no way I can miss, because just for the people in Portland, and every time I've been to Portland to perform, me and my band, you all have supported us so much, and that love and affection that you've given to me and my music and to my band is something that I treasure. So I told Ananthan that I'm definitely going to perform. So this is a small unplugged segment, and we are going to sing in many languages. Just a couple of songs, but I hope you all like it. And wishing all of you a happy new year in advance. And Portland, the first song is a very retro song in Hindi by Kishore Kumar Saab. It's called Ye Sham Mastani. Let's go.
ये शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर लिए जाए। ये शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर लिए जाए। दूर रहती है तू, मेरे पास आती नहीं। दूर रहती है तू, मेरे पास आती नहीं। होठों पे तेरे कभी प्यास आती नहीं। ऐसा लगे जैसा कि तू हंस के जहर कोई पिए जाए। शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर लिए जाए। बात जब मैं करूं मुझे रोक देती है क्यों? तेरी मीठी नजर मुझे टोक देती है क्यों? तेरी हया, तेरी शर्म, तेरी कसम मेरे होठ सिए जाए। शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर लिए जाए। Okay, Portland now, everybody, you have to sing with me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. ये शाम मस्तानी मदहोश किए जाए, मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर लिए जाए ये शाम मस्तानी एवरीबॉडी मदहोश किए जाए मुझे डोर कोई खींचे तेरी ओर पोर्टलैंड लिए
Wow, that was fun. I hope you are having a good time. I was also told that Ananthan and his team are recognizing the local community heroes for their service during this pandemic. And they're giving Prime Heroes Award. And I want to congratulate all of you who are receiving this award. Indeed, your service is something that has kept all of us going strong, I would say. Thanks for your service to the community. And this song I want to dedicate for all of you. It's in Kannada. It's called Belageddu Yara Mukhava Nanu Nodide. Let's go.
ಬೆಳಗತ್ತು ಯಾರ ಮುಖವ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ ಅಂದಾನೋ ಅದೃಷ್ಟನೋ ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಂತಿದೆ ಬೆಳಗತ್ತು ಯಾರ ಮುಖವ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ ಅಂದಾನೋ ಅದೃಷ್ಟನೋ ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಂತಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಂಡ ಕನಸು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೈಟ್ ಇಂದು ಬಣ್ಣವಾಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕವನ ಬರೆಯೋ ಗಮನ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಕನದೊಳ್ಳೆ ಅರರರದೆ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮುದ್ದಾಡಿ ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಕಚ್ಚ ಕುಳಿತಾಳಲ್ಲಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅರರರದೆ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮುದ್ದಾಡಿ ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಕಚ್ಚ ಕುಳಿತಾಳಲ್ಲಾರೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ದಾರಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡ ತಿಡ್ಡಿ ಹೋಗೋದು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಸನ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹಾಡೊಂದು ಹಾಡುವ ವಿಧಾನ ಕಾದು ಕೇಳೋ ಪ್ರೀತಿನೇ ಮಜಾನ ಬಿಡದಂತಿರೋ ಬೆಸುಗೆ ಸೆರೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ ಸಲಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತ ಸುಳಿಯೋ ಆಸೆಗೀಗ ಆಯಸೆಚ್ಚಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಕಳೆಯೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷಣವು ಕಲ್ಪನೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿದೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲೇ ಅರರರದೆ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮುದ್ದಾಡಿ ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಕಚ್ಚಿ ಕುಳಿತಾಳಲ್ಲಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅರರರರೆ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮುದ್ದಾಡಿ ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಕಚ್ಚಿ ಕುಳಿತಾಳಲ್ಲಾರೆ ಬೆಳಗದ್ದು ಯಾರ ಮುಖವ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ ಅಂದಾನೋ ಅದೃಷ್ಟನೋ ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಂತಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಂಡ ಕನಸು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೈಟ್ ಇಂದು ಬಣ್ಣವಾಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕವನ ಬರೆಯೋ ಗಮನ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಮುದ್ದಾಡಿ ಕಚ್ಚ ಕುಳಿತಾಳಲ್ಲಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅರರರರೆ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ Happy New Year to all of you, Portland. Thank you, PDX Prime.
So it was a very casual discussion that I was having with Mr. Ananthan, and when we decided to do this small unplugged section for Portland lovely music lovers, I said, let me get couple of musicians to play along so that, it'll have a nice impact. And here we go. We have a lovely studio now, and we have amazing set of musicians. In a very short time, 3 of my dear friends and incredible musicians joined me on this small unplugged segment that I'm doing for all of you. India's finest drummers, I would say, is somebody who's played with all the legendary musicians in India. Right from Dr. S.P. Balasubramaniam sir to Shankar Mahadevan sir to Hariharan sir to everybody. And it's such a pleasure to have Mr. Arun Kumar playing with us tonight. The moment I told him that, it's for Anantan sir, he said, for sure we have to do this, because we still remember the lovely time we had at his house when we came to Portland. And he immediately agreed to do this in a very short time. Thank you, Arun sir, for joining me tonight. And we have another incredible musician, composer, Akash on the keyboards. And we have Brutwa on the bass guitar. So the next one is a Telugu song, Telugulo oka paata. So, Kannadadalli haadadvi, nimmelrigu ishta ayitu ankonತೀನಿ. Next song is in Telugu. So this song I sang for one of the finest actors, Allu Arjun sir, music by Devi Prasad Garu. For the movie Son of Satyamurthy, it's called Come to the Party Subbalakshmi. I want all of you to dance with us, okay? Everybody at your respective homes, dance for this song. Let's go! Everybody!
కాక్టైల్ తాగిన కోతి నేను, నెక్టై కట్టుకున్న కాకి నేను, కొంచెం లూజ్ కొంచెం టైటు నేను, దారం తెంచుకున్న కైటు నేను, శనివారం రచ్చగున్న నైట్ నేను, కొంచెం రాంగ్ కొంచెం రైట్ నేను. ऐसे टकीला मैं हूँ अकेला, रावे ओ पिल्ला मैं मजनू तू लैला, हम तुम ही बाला something అనేలా, రం పంచుకోలా ప్రపంచం వినేలా. Come to the party, Subbalakshmi, come to the party, up touch me. Come to the New Year's party, Subbalakshmi, welcome to the party. Come to the party, Subbalakshmi, welcome to the party. Up touch me, come to the party, Subbalakshmi, welcome to the party. Music. కాలు పెట్టిన మూను నీ నగుమోమా, ఆర్యభట్టు గారు కాని పెట్టిన జీరో నీ నడుమా, ఆఫ్రికన్ అడవుల్లో పెరిగిన అల్లరి అందం నువ్వా, ఆమ్స్టర్డాముల వెళ్ళి విరిసిన పూల నది నవ్వా. Girls and boys, make some noise, I'm the best choice, like the Rolls Royce. Hello angels, try me once, మరొక్కసారి రాదుగా టిగర్స్ ఇలాంటి ఛాన్స్. Come to the party, Subbalakshmi, welcome to the party, up touch me. Come to the party, Subbalakshmi, welcome to the party. Music. ఎంత ఆర్మీ కావాలో నీ అందం కాయాలంటే, న్యూక్లియర్ వార్ జరగాలేమో నిన్ను పొందాలంటే, చీట్స్గా జన్మెత్తాలా నిన్నంటుకు తిరగాలంటే, ఇంటిమేట్ సెంట్ అవ్వాలా నీ ఒంటిని తాగాలంటే, Jack and Jill, let's have some thrill. Hey beautiful, you got the legs to kill. Zara dil khol and rock and roll. Pekku vesi sikki champudam, oh baby doll. Come to the party, Subbulakshmi, welcome to the party. Abbatachmi, come to the party. Subbulakshmi, welcome to the party. Welcome to PDX Prime, come to the party. Subbulakshmi, welcome to the party. Abbatachmi, come to the party. Subbulakshmi, welcome to the New Year's party. Portland, come to the party. Subbulakshmi, welcome to the party. Abbatachmi, come to the party. Subbulakshmi, welcome to the party.
I hope you guys enjoyed that Telugu song. The next one is a Malayalam song. It's a retro number, a very old number, but a very popular number. I think it's perfect for this New Year's mood and New Year's party. So here we go.
Yeah, yeah. ഒരു മധുരക്കിനാവിൻലരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുള്ള പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവലനെയും തേൻ പണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ പണ്ടു ഞാൻ ഒരു മധുരക്കിനാവിൻലരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുള്ള പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവലനെയും തേൻ പണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ പണ്ടു ഞാൻ. ആദരമൃത ജലശേഖരം നയനമദന ശിശിരാമൃതം ചിരിമണിയിൽ ചെറുകിളികൾ മേഘനീലമൊഴുകി ഒരു പൂഞ്ചുരുൾ ചായൽ എന്തൊരുന്മാദം എന്തൊരാവേശം ഒന്നു പൂക്കാൻ ഒന്നാക്കുവാൻ അഴകേ ഒന്നാക്കുവാൻ ഒരു മധുരക്കിനാവിൻലരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുള്ള പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവലനെയും തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ ഒരു മധുരക്കിനാവിൻലരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുള്ള പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവലനെയും തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ.
Wow. I just started it as a small unplugged concert, but with such incredible musicians and with such lovely audience like you, I feel like singing a little more. The next one is a kavali that I want to do. It's called, it's a very popular kavali, Damadam Mast Kalandar. With Arun sir joining me on this, I can't, miss the opportunity of performing this song. Just a short version.
Oh, लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालन हो लाल मेरी पत. ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालण सिंधड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालण सिंधड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर ओ दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर चार चराग तेरे बरन हमेशा gare ga 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 gare ga gare ga gare ga gare gare ga ma gare ga ma gare ga ma gare ga sa da sa da gare ga da sa da gare ga da sa da gare ga sa ma gare ga sa ni sa ni ni pa ma ba ni za ni pa ma ba ni za ni za ga ma ba ga sa ga ma ba ni ni za ni da pa ma ga ma ba ni da ba ma ga re ga ma ga re ga sa ga sa ni za ma sa ni za ga sa ni za ma sa ni za ga ga sa ni za ma ma sa ni za ga 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 sa ni za ma ma sa ni za ga ga sa ni za ma ma sa ni za ga ga sa ni za ma ma sa ni za ga za ma pa ma ba ni da ba ma ga re sa ni za ga ga ma ma pa pa ni sa ni ta pa ga re sa ga ga ma pa pa ni sa ni ta pa ga re sa ga ma pa pa ni sa ni ta pa ga re sa चार चराग तेरे बरन हमेशा पंजबा में पारण आई बला झूले लारण पंजबा में पारण पंजबा में पारण आई बला झूले लारण सिंधड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालन सिंधड़ी दा सेवन दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर दमादम 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 मस्त कलंदर
Portland, hope you all are having fun with us. I thoroughly enjoyed singing for all of you. The last song for the evening is a very special song for me, and I'm sure you all have been waiting for this song. It's a Tamil song, and New Year celebration cannot happen without this song. எந்த பாட்டுன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலான காம்பினேஷனில் வந்த ஒரு பாட்டு கமல் சார், லெஜெண்டரி எஸ்பிபி சார், ராஜா சார், இந்த காம்பினேஷனில் வந்த ஒரு சாங். This song is for you, Portland, and let's go. Portland, I wish you a happy new year.
ஹே 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 இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ காலேஜ் டீனேஜ் பெண்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் என் மீது கண்கள் இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ வாலிபத்தில் மன்மதன் லீலைகளில் மன்னவன் ராத்திரியில் சந்திரன் ரசிகைகளின் எந்திரன் நானாடும் ஆட்டம் பாருங்கள் நிகரேது கூறுங்கள் நான் பாடும் பாட்டை கேளுங்கள் கைத்தாளம் போடுங்கள் ஊர் போற்றவே பேர் வாங்குவேன் நான் தான் சகல கலா வல்லவன் இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ காலேஜ் டீனேஜ் பெண்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் என் மீது கண்கள் இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ ஹிந்தியிலும் பாடுவேன் லா 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 வெற்றி நடை போடுவேன் லா 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 இக்கு துஜ கேள்வியே லா 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 ஏண்டி நீ பாத்தியே எனக்காக ஏக்கம் என்னம்மா களத்தூரின் கண்ணம்மா உனக்காக வாழும் மாமந்தான் கல்யாண ராமந்தான் நாள்தோறும் தான் நாள் மாறுவேன் நான் தான் சகல கலா வல்லவன் இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ காலேஜ் டீனேஜ் பெண்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் என் மீது கண்கள் இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ everybody one more time இளமை இதோ இதோ இனிமை இதோ இதோ one last time இளமை இதோ இதோ Portland இனிமை இதோ இதோ
Wow. Thank you so much, Portland. Thank you so much. And have a wonderful new year, healthy and a prosperous new year. And once again, thank you, PDX Prime, for putting up this grand virtual New Year's event. And we thoroughly enjoyed being with all of you. Thank you. Have a great time.
Alright guys, the ball drop moment that all of you have been waiting for is right here. Are you all ready for the countdown? Yeah! Alright! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
Happy New Year from our family to yours.
We wish you a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year from our family to yours.
Wish you a very happy New Year.
Happy
We wish you a happy new year and prosperous 2021.
We wish you all a happy and prosperous new year. Well, I hope you all had a lot of fun partying, singing and dancing with us. We absolutely had a fantastic time. Oh my gosh, my legs are hurting right now. Well, have a wonderful, wonderful 2021, you guys. Once again, a very, very happy new year. Right now, we want you to sit back, relax and enjoy some stand-up comedy from our very own Building 18 Comedy Club.
Hello, Portland! How are you guys doing? I hope all of you are having fun, enjoying the holidays. Yeah? I'm Raghav. I'm from Building 18 Comedy Club, and it's a pleasure to perform for all of you. I love Portland, guys, let me be honest. I really like Portland. Portland has great scenic beauty. It has great people and no sales tax. All of my iPhone orders basically go to Portland, so I love Portland a lot. Thank you guys. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope you guys are, in this year, which has been back and forth, I hope you guys are all doing well. So, let me get started off with Building 18 Comedy Club. Building 18, as you would have seen in the video, is America's first Tanglish comedy club. And we are super happy to close out the year for all of you guys. So, are you ready for the show? Yeah? Make some noise! Make some noise! I trust you to make noises. So, let me go with the show. So, I'm going to perform something called alternative comedy. Yeah, I know what you guys are thinking. My wife told me the same thing. He was like, even if you do regular comedy, no one is going to laugh. Why are you trying all this alternative comedy? I told her, Portland audience is more intelligent than you. They will definitely laugh. So don't let me down. So for people who don't know, alternative comedy is when the comic performs as someone or something else. Right? So it is just a fancy name for fancy dress competition. All of you got it? Are you guys ready? Alright. Hello! You know who I am? I am year 2020. Hello. I know all your smiles would have faded. I'm sure of it. Some of you look scared. Others look as though you are swearing, but I don't care. Look at my t-shirt. I ordered this on Amazon. When I ordered it, it just read my name, 2020. But Amazon saw fit to add my review and my rating. You know what the irony is? This t-shirt has 4 stars on Amazon. All of you please go and buy it. After I finish the performance. Thinking about performance, let me tell you one more thing. You guys are kinder. Last week I did a show in Texas. I walked onto the stage and said, hey, I'm here 2020. One guy stood up and said, go away 2020. I said, dude, wait, let me finish my performance and then go. And he was like, no, we've had enough of your performance this year. Shut up and leave, otherwise I'll shoot you. Since the show was in Texas, I actually believed him. I got scared and I moved to California. When I moved to California, I discovered that people are now moving to Texas. Because I am here. Apparently, I am scarier than guns. My question to you guys is, why? Why da? Why are you blaming me for everything? Blaming me for everything that's happening in 2020 is like blaming Sanjay Manjarekar every time CSK loses an IPL match. It is like blaming the internet if you have a porn addiction. It is like blaming Narendra Modi for demonetization. Sorry, that was a wrong example. Modi is always the wrong example, but you get the drift, right? Why are you blaming me for everything? Blaming is fine. Some people are threatening me. They are threatening not just me. They are also threatening my mom and dad. See, my dad, he's the year 2000. In short, we call him Y2K, right? One guy threatened him. He said, Y2K, lock your calendar. I will find you and I will screw you. But when Y2K arrived, he screwed up his calendars. So all is well. That guy had to shut down and leave. But then, people are still swearing at me. And they just don't swear at me like, you idiot, go. No. They jump. How dare you? You know that agitation that comes? They swear like that. And I was very upset. I went and told my dad, Dad, they are jumping at me while they are swearing. He said, definitely they'll jump at you because you are a leap year. I said, Dad, this joke is worse than the year itself. They will swear at me even more. But then he had a point. Leap years are generally bad. Let's think about it historically. 2020, I don't have to comment, right? 2016, Trump became president. 2012, Mayan said the world will end. 2008, financial crisis, all of you were like beggars. 2004, Facebook was found. So one tragic event that will end the world will definitely occur in a leap year. But the thing is, I came with a lot of expectations. People said 2020 is going to be awesome. If you are all Indians, you know that APJ Abdul Kalam, our former president, he said in 2020, India will rise to be a leader. But in 2020, all Indian leaders are sitting at home eating rice. Total waste. Chinese were not far behind. You know what the Chinese did? They all astrologers said 2020 will be awesome because it is the year of the rat. But it became the year of the bat. Unfortunately, I am 2020 and I am standing here in front of you because of all the things you are blaming on me. You know what, the year started off bad, I agree, but no one blamed me for it until BLM happened. I was also supporting BLM for a long time, and then one guy tweeted this. He said, first Corona, now BLM, shame on you 2020. Like, dude, why blame me on everything? Then this thing started spreading like wildfire, the blaming on me. They were saying all things, whatever happens, blame it on 2020. Abhishek Bachchan movie flop, blame it on 2020. Donald Trump is behaving crazy, blame it on 2020. You have loose motion because of 2020. Hey, how can I be responsible for all of it, Ra? I know Black Lives Matter. What about my life? Doesn't it matter to you? Let me remind you, I might be a year, but I also have a life. No one is talking to me these days. My dad came to me and said, you are not a year, you are a failure. I said, why dad? And he just left. My girlfriend also dumped me. Because people think I am inauspicious. In fact, even I believe it. Because last week I had a date. The date when she came to the restaurant, she met with an accident and lost her eyesight. So the date became a blind date. Unfortunately, I have to face the consequences for it. What to do? But you know, this goes on, it's fine. BLM people are blaming. I kind of got used to it. I hope nothing else will happen. And then came the wildfires. The wildfires, I could not do anything about it. But I should have predicted it, because while I was growing up, the teachers who used to, talk to me, they used to say, 2020, you have a spark in your eye. There is a fire in your eye. I didn't predict it. The wildfire started spreading huge, heavily. But something spread faster than the wildfires. It is the fake news. One person believed that the entire thing was orchestrated by Bill Gates. That is better. Something spread farther and more wilder than the wildfires also. You know what that is? It is the hashtag #GoAway2020. I was trending #1 on Twitter for consecutive 30 weeks. I did not feel bad about #1 till I saw what #2 was. It was "Go away Donald Trump." Have I become worse than Trump? People want me to go away more than they want Donald Trump to go away. This is very bad. But I'll tell you one thing. Me and Donald Trump, we have one thing in common with respect to coronavirus. You know what that is? Both of us didn't do anything. Yeah, that is the only commonality. But the only good thing that happened in this entire year was Trump going away. I hope all of us can agree to that. But my family has been okayish supportive, My family, there was a cousin who came and told me, see, don't worry about it. This has happened in the past. In 1936, there was something called the Spanish flu. And in Spanish flu, people were all, stranded in their houses. But that was an age of discovery. People found new things. They started new things. So don't you worry. People will start new things. They will discover new things. And I was hopeful. In April, I saw this tweet. I discovered something. My forefinger is longer than my middle finger. This is what he discovered. I wanted to show him the forefinger because it is longer, Then I was hoping someone will start something. Then they started YouTube channels. One guy has started 2 YouTube channels. Laugh with Babu, Dance with Babu. In Dance with Babu, they do some funny dance. In Laugh with Babu, they look at that video and laugh. What a self-sustaining business. This is the maximum you humankind have come up with in this age when you are all sitting at home. Pathetic. You guys are worse than me. But you know what? There was one phase in which I was extremely down and something beautiful happened. IPL. When IPL came, there was so much excitement. Everyone was like, come IPL, go 2020. Come IPL, go 2020. Let me remind you friends, IPL itself is a 2020. Okay? So don't be so excited about it. But I am also happy about one thing. You know what? People who were cursing at me started cursing Kedar Jadhav in CSK. I am very, very happy about that. But Jadhav came to me. He said, dude, people are just blaming me wrongly. They are blaming me because they don't have the guts to blame MS Dhoni. It was all MS Dhoni's fault. It was his mistake. I told him, Jadhav, come here. 2 things. 1, don't talk to me about blaming someone else. Because Corona came in 2019. That's why it's called COVID-19. But still, all of them say, I wish I went back to 2019. And point 2, which is very, very important for you. Dhoni can never make a fault. So shut up and leave. But I am very happy that finally I am going to go away. And I am sure all of you are happy. But I must tell you guys that there has been some interest in making my life as a book and also as a film. Chetan Bhagat, for instance, has expressed interest in writing my biography. I was very happy about it because he has a lot of experience writing shit. He will definitely do a good job about writing about shit. So I am very happy about that. Second, very important news to all of you. Karan Johar has agreed to make a film on my life. It is starring Abhishek Bachchan. The film is titled Kal Ho Na Ho Part 2, Life of 2020. But I was also happy to be teaming up with Karan Johar and Abhishek Bachchan because in the group of myself, Karan Johar and Abhishek Bachchan, I will look the least as a failure. So I'm happy about that as well. So I look forward those 2 things. But when I'm going away, I just have one question for you guys. Do you think on Jan 1st, 2021, everything will magically disappear? Are you guys so naive that you think that all of it is because of me? If you are, I'm happy for you that you are living in this naive land. But I just have one request. Please don't think of me like this forever. Please, at least I hope that when you look back on 2020, you will say, oh, That was the year when we had a newfound respect for doctors. That was the year when we had a newfound respect for firemen. That was the year when we had newfound respect for sanitation workers and all the frontline workers. Because if anything, this entire thing has brought us all together more than anything else, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is something I will always be proud of. And I hope, in the ages to come, you will say, I miss 2020, the year when I was with my family. If you do that, please also look for a girl, because I am done with blind dates. That's my time, guys. Thank you so much. You've been such a great audience. And now, put your hands together for the one and only Ananta!
Awesome. Thank you, Raghav. Let's give a big round of applause for Raghav plus case. Please, one more applause for Raghav. Wonderful. So, I'm here to talk about two of the biggest problems of mankind. Yep. Before you let your imaginations run wild, I'm neither talking about Trump still thinking that he has won the US elections, nor am I talking about Rahul Gandhi still thinking that he is relevant in Indian elections. I'm talking about something bigger than that. Tummy and hair fall. One, you don't want it to grow, but it keeps growing. The other, you want it to grow, but it never grows. First, let's talk about tummy. One day I was just going to my friend and telling him that, Macha, I'm going to become a father. And he was like, just touched my tummy and said, Macha, congrats, when are you due? This kind of scenario where your wife is pregnant, but you have a bigger tummy than her, is called EPND. Ever pregnant and never delivering. The problem with all the people who have big tummies are that we don't even realize that we have big tummies. My realization of a big tummy happened in Target's trial room when I was trying out a medium-sized t-shirt on this large body. And in the mirror right in front of me, it was written that objects in mirror are larger than they appear to be. As if I did not know. But you have to give it to all these trial rooms, because it is in these trial rooms where we are very honest to ourselves. In fact, a lot of people leave a breath out completely in these trial rooms. And we are like, this is how I look. Who we are, finding out who we are, all high-level yoga concepts and all, we find out there only. But in reality, you don't need a yoga guru to find out who you are. Just go to the trial room. The process is very simple. Step 1, go to the trial room. Step 2, close your eyes. Step 3, attain the state of nirvana. Step 4, open your eyes. Right in front of you, that mirror will tell you who you are. Why should you go to the trial room? Yeah, that is how it is, guys. But you cannot tell the same thing about being bald. If you want to find out that you are bald, it's a little difficult. But it also depends on where you are bald. If you are bald in the front, then it is very, very simple. Yeah, you don't even need a mirror for that one. Because you are the mirror for the person who is standing in front of you. If you find out that the person who is standing in front of you is using your head as his mirror to comb his hair, you know that you are bald there. But on the hindsight, if your baldness is on the back side, or worst, if it's the middle, just like me, right, then it's very difficult. No mirror in this world can help you. Yeah. But you know how I found out that I was bald in the middle? Any guesses? Of course, no guesses. One day a mosquito bit me there. Yeah. It was such a strange feeling, guys. I've never had this feeling in my life before. Yeah. But my most worst part on that was I felt bad because I lost my bald virginity to a mosquito. That was the even more ridiculous thing. But again, not everybody is as lucky as me to have a mosquito bite you there, right? For such people, I have this technique. It's called as the scalp selfie technique. All you have to do is just go stand in front of the mirror and tilt your head in 75 degrees and hold the phone in the selfie mode in 85 degrees. And right through that, through the mirror, you should be able to see the selfie on the phone. Right when you can see the scalp, take a picture. It is very stressful, guys, I'm telling you. But you know what is even more stressful? I have my iCloud account synced with my family. Yeah, my wife can see it. So I have exactly 30 seconds to take the picture, analyze the picture, decide that there's art style, and then delete the picture. Yes, my wife does not know that I'm bald here because she's shorter than me. And you need an aerial view to see this actually. No, you guys also cannot see it. I'm telling you. Right? So that is how it is. But generally they have this saying, right? They say that if you are bald in the front, then you are sexy. If you are bald in the middle, then you are thinking a lot. But if you are bald in both the places, you are thinking that you are sexy. So please stop thinking. Yeah, it is very important. Yeah, I know. But we bald people, right? We go through a lot. The worst person for a bald people is his barber. My barber, every time you look at my hair, if whatever is left off, he just gives a very pathetic look at it. And then ask, what's hair? Bald are they? I know it. You don't have to tell me all these things in the first place. You know what? I wanted to be an MS Dhoni fan, guys. I could only afford a Virendra Sheva. All I have to do is shave and become Sheva. That is all it is for me. See, but what to do? But I thought that somehow, after I come to America, my bald problem will be solved as such. But I only came here to find out that America is the 6th baldest country in the world. Yeah, 6th baldest country, guys. No wonder America's national bird is a bald eagle. Who will have a bald eagle as its national bird? You have a peacock, it can dance. What can a bald eagle do? Can't even comb. That's basically because America is a very weird country, guys, in general itself. What to do? You know, you guys know that 5% of people in America thought that you will get coronavirus if you drink Corona beer. Yeah. Other day I was telling this to a friend of mine, and my 12-year-old son, who's born and brought up here, overheard this conversation. And then he came running to me. And then he said, Appa, please don't talk bad about America. America is better than the rest of the world. For once, I was really happy. Not because he was patriotic. It was because finally there is one American who is accepting that there is something called as rest of the world. That gave me that happiness. But I won't blame America, okay, for thinking that there is no rest of the world. I'll actually blame the aliens. Because have you ever seen any alien attack New Delhi? But New Delhi, no, you cannot, because in that pollution, those aliens cannot even see down. That's different. For that matter, Bombay or Chennai or Calcutta. No. The only place that these aliens know to attack is America, that too especially New York. Right on top of that Empire State Building, it will be standing and waiting. For some reason, if New York is on a holiday, then it will immediately go to LA or San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. And also America has one person who can actually talk to these aliens. His name is Will Smith. Yeah, he knows the alien language. You guys might ask, how can somebody know an alien language? There is no way. As they say, where there is a will, there is a way. Will Smith knows everything. This is what would have happened. He would have just gone to those aliens and then asked, aliens, why us? And they would have said, where else? Then this guy would have immediately decided, oh, only we both are there, huh? Nobody else is there. That is how they are thinking. But that's why if you look at it, all of us who come from a different country, we are all not called foreigners here. We are all called aliens. All we have is a alien number. Yeah. America has such things that way. They go to any extent to make differentiate themselves. Okay, that even though if it's a weird thing, somebody would have come to America and then they said, come here, let us all get together and form a country. These guys would have said, oh, forming a country, we have to put a lot of rules, laws. Then that guy would have said, no. What we will do is, we will all get together and then find out what are the rules that are there in other countries and not follow them. That becomes America. That is how America is. If you really look at it, when the whole world is calculating in terms of kilometers, America calculates miles. When the whole world goes to college after school, America will go to school after school. That is how America is. When the whole world calls it cycle, America will call it bike. When the whole world calls it bike, America will call it motorbike, not motorcycle. I think it's all in the cycle. What to do? That is how it basically is. And even when it comes to sports, right? Okay, they play this weird sport called as football. Yeah, football. It has neither anything to do with foot nor with the ball. They can actually call it an armpit ball because half the time they take it, put it on their armpits and keep running around actually. And now let us come to the ball section of it. It's a trapezium, right? It's not even a ball. If you are an American, do you have the balls to call a ball or a ball a trapezium? I don't understand. And they play another sport. It is called as baseball. It's a poor cousin of cricket. That's okay. We can leave that aside. But they call it as a World Series. Who is playing in this World Series? LA is playing San Francisco. They both are from the same state. What? Then whoever is a winner is a world champion. It is like having an IPL match between Chennai and RCB and RCB winning and calling RCB the world champion. I know RCB won't win the IPL and all. I know that itself is a joke. Okay, any other joke that you see from this is a bonus actually. That is what it is. But with all these things going on, right? Even in this year 2020 with Corona as well, America was weird. When the whole world was trying to find the vaccine and find a solution for Corona, America was fighting to find its toilet paper. Yeah, what to do? Similarly, my house also toilet paper was running up. I had only 2 rolls and we were 3 people in the house, so it was like running out. So I went and stood in the line in Costco. Costco opens at 9 o'clock, so I went and stood there at 9 o'clock. 9:20 I'll go to the aisle where they had the toilet paper and the paper will be over. First day it got over, second day over, third day over, fourth day over, fifth day it over. From the 6th day, instead of going to Costco, I started going in Costco. What will I do? It is not my mistake. The Costco guy let me do my business for some time. He just let it go. Okay, fine, poor guy. And from the 6th day, what he did was, in the restroom, where there needs to be the toilet paper, I had a note. And the note said, BYOP. Bring your own paper. Yeah, I'm an Indian. I even use that paper. That is how I am. Okay, that's how useful I am. Okay, but again, Indians are generally useful. Okay, all of us are always useful. But let 2021 be very useful to us, not like 2020. And that's my time, guys. And a very happy New Year, happy holidays for all of you guys. And you guys have been such a lovely audience. So I will call the next and the last comic for tonight, Mr. GK!
Thanks everybody. My name is GK. I'm from Building 18 Comedy Club. How are you guys doing? Doing good? Yeah, stand-up being a live art, right? We are so used to performing in front of live audience and in the theater. But with all this pandemic, we are all getting used to this new normal and performing on web video conferencing and all that, right? But with this pandemic, video conferencing has been the way to go. From meetings to weddings, parties to concerts, everything is on video these days. I was on a Zoom call with my dad a couple of weeks back, and my dad was so excited. He wanted to show his home garden to me. So home garden is another thing that's very popular with the pandemic, right? Everybody has a home garden. And my dad was super excited, and the only thing he ever harvested was a single green chili. But he was very excited to show that to me. So what he did was he ran to the garden, bought a plant, showed it to me, and then went back, got another plant and showed it to me. And I was like, Dad, why don't you just take the laptop to the garden and show me around? But my dad likes to treat the laptop like a desktop. He wouldn't move it from the table at all. So I asked him, why does he do that? Why don't you just take the laptop out? He's like, oh, this laptop is too heavy. And then he asked, should I delete some unwanted files? That's how tech savvy my dad is. Another thing that's been very popular during the pandemic is physical and mental health, right? Almost everybody is on online classes these days. Especially there are like health classes on Hangouts, wellness classes on WebEx, Zumba classes on Zoom, right? Everybody is attending all these fitness classes. And my wife, she wants me to become fit for a long time now. And my wife, she likes to surprise me a lot. We've been married for 10 years now. And that itself is a big surprise for me. But last year, 2019, on July 4th, my wife and I, we were watching a movie, Independence Day. and she was so inspired by Will Smith, she wanted me to become fit like Will. But I did not have the will to become fit. But she still went ahead and got me a Fitbit. Right? Why do people buy Fitbit? To track their steps and all that, right? But she just did not stop with getting me the Fitbit. She got a whole range of accessories to go with it that will motivate me to run and exercise. I was very surprised. I asked her, how do you know about all these accessories? She said she went and got the Fitbit for me on Amazon. And Amazon suggested people who bought this Fitbit also bought Nike shoes. So she got me the Nike shoes. Then it said people who bought the Nike shoes also bought this hydration vest. So she got me the hydration vest. Then it said people who got this hydration vest also got an armband. So she got me the armband, and the list kept going on. And what do people do generally to stay fit and healthy? They go to the gym, exercise, yoga, healthy diet and all that, right? But all I did to stay fit was just wear the Fitbit. I thought just wearing the Fitbit is enough to lose weight. And why do people wear Fitbit? To track 10,000 steps, the magic number, right? 10,000. I had to go out of the way to hit that 10,000 steps every day after I started wearing the Fitbit. Literally out of the way. At work, the restroom is right across my desk. But every time I had to use the restroom, however urgent it was, I used to get up, walk all around the floor just to increase the step count, and by the time I reached the restroom, it would be closed for cleaning. One thing I started noticing after using the Fitbit is, right, I started seeing ads for shoes on Facebook. You guys have noticed, right, these days, even if you think of something, there is immediately an ad for it online. And these guys even knew that I was only walking to the restroom to increase my step count, and they were showing me ads for toilet paper. I was taking all these innovative routes to go to the restroom. I was expecting at least ad for a GPS like Garmin, but instead they were showing me ads for Charmin, toilet paper. And I set myself a personal goal. In Fitbit you can set these goals, right? So I set myself a goal saying I have to climb 100 stairs every day. So one day I come back from work, I check my Fitbit, I had climbed 82 stairs. So I still had 18 more stairs to go. And then I log into Facebook and it is showing me a sponsored ad for Sabarimala because the remaining 18 steps is there. Hey, this was just way too much analytics for me to handle. They say health is wealth, right? And it is very important, especially these days, in these times, it is very, very important to stay wealthy. So I decided to focus on my health. So I made a decision. Whatever happens, I'm going to hit those 10,000 steps every day. But walking 10,000 steps is not at all easy. So every day I used to go to work, put my laptop on my desk, go out for a walk for 45 minutes, come back, after lunch, go out for another walk for another 45 minutes, then 4 o'clock, again I go out for another walk. And I was comfortably hitting those 10,000 steps every single day. And I was very happy. That year during the focal review and the appraisal cycle, my manager came up to me. He said, I don't see you at the office at all. I'm not sure when you come in and when you go back home. So that year, I lost both my bonus and stock options. So trying to focus on my health, I lost all the wealth. I was very upset about it. But my friend who was working in Fitbit, he was also very upset. I asked him, why are you upset? And that guy said, oh, when I joined Fitbit, the stock was $45, but it is only $4 now. I told him, man, you guys are tracking what's happening in everyone else's life. Instead, if you had tracked what's going on within your company, things would have been much better. And you guys know, right? Fitbit users here probably know. They have the most useless set of features. There is a feature on Fitbit where you lift it up to your face like this and it lights up. I don't know what's the use of that feature. And you are supposed to wear the Fitbit even while you are sleeping because it tracks your sleep. And I have this habit of putting my hand over my face while sleeping. So one day night I was sleeping like that and there was light directly into my eye and I woke up. And next day morning, Fitbit will give you a sleep report. It said, you woke up at 2:30 last night. Idiot, you are the one who woke me up. It won't stop there. It will also give you numbers on how many times you rolled over. So the Fitbit said, you rolled over 42 times in your sleep last night. And I was like, so what? It won't stop there. It will say, that means you are a light sleeper. Okay, so you scroll down and it will say, if you continue to be a light sleeper, there is a high chance of heart attack. I've been sleeping since the day I was born. I've never felt this tensed about sleeping at night. These days when I go to bed at night, I'm not sure if I'll wake up the next day morning. And I decided, okay, Fitbit is giving so much data, we have to sincerely follow all that, right? So I decided I'm not going to roll over anymore in my sleep. So I piled up 5 pillows on one side, 5 pillows on the other side. Put both my hands underneath the pillows. And I slept peacefully that night without moving an inch. I slept like a log. Next day morning, Fitbit thought I was dead. What do you want me to do? I was very frustrated that my wife spent $180 on this Fitbit to surprise me. Then I saw Google spent $2.1 billion to buy that Fitbit. I don't know what weight Sundar Pichai has to lose that he went and spent so much on Fitbit. He probably wanted to surprise his wife. We all want some upgrade in our lives time to time, right? So this year, my wife got me this Apple Watch. I asked her, why spend on Apple Watch? She said, no. You can check messages here, reply to messages, check your email, reply to email. You can even talk using your Apple Watch. I said, my phone can do all of this already. Why do I need this watch? She said, no. The Apple Watch is much more sophisticated. It can even detect if you are about to get a heart attack. I asked, how much is the watch? She said, $800. That's when I got the first heart attack. But the Apple Watch is so expensive that I feel guilty even if I waste time. Every time I look at my watch, I'm feeling guilty that I'm wasting time. It's so expensive, but an Apple Watch really helps in losing weight. We spent on this Apple Watch and it ate away 6 months of our grocery money. My friend Charlie, he got an Apple Watch and he is losing 20 pounds every month. Yes, he is in London. He has to pay 20 pounds every month for the next 30 months to pay off the Apple Watch. An Apple Watch also thinks it is very intelligent. That day at home, I was washing dishes. Suddenly, the Apple Watch asked me, do you want to record this activity? I was like, hey, I'm washing dishes in my house, not Big Boss house. Why do you want to record all this? But then it said, congratulations on your first swim. It was detecting my hand motion and water splashing on the watch, and this idiot thought I was swimming. But that's how this Apple Watch is. Apple Watch reminds me of 3 people in my life. My dad, my wife, and my manager. Because it constantly keeps reminding me what other people have achieved. It will say, oh, Rajesh completed a marathon. Do you want to run? Oh, Raghav completed 10,000 steps to a day. Do you want to get up and walk? After a point, it will start comparing me with myself. Yesterday, you did better than this. Why don't you get up and walk now? Please go. 20 minutes left in the day. Why don't you just go for a walk? It will do all this. It will increase my pressure and finally it will say, pressure is too high. Breathe. Right? This is way too much pressure for me. Just using this watch. But an Apple Watch can do a lot of things. It can detect your high BP, low BP, blood sugar, cholesterol, rate at which your blood flows. I think next version of Apple Watch, it will poke, draw blood, do blood test and give result. So with the Apple Watch around, you don't have to go to a doctor. That's why they probably said, Apple a day keeps the doctor away. But guys, Fitbit or Apple Watch, in my opinion, both of them are useless. But buying a Fitbit is like making a movie with Abhishek Bachchan. It is a mistake. But buying Apple Watch is like making Bahubali with Abhishek Bachchan. It's a costly mistake. So just leave out all this technology. Just focus on your lifestyle, health, and just be happy and have a lot of fun, guys. And that's been my time. Thank you very much. Wish you all a very, very happy new year. And we are so happy from Building 18 Comedy Club to be performing for you guys in Portland. And we are really looking forward to hopefully come there to Portland and perform for you guys live sometime next year. And do go check out our Facebook page, Building 18 Comedy, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and you can also follow us on all the social media. So, and also you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. We post videos out there regularly. So thanks for the support. Thanks for this opportunity. Wish you all a very happy new year and thank you guys.
Thank you, Portland, for tuning into the show. We hope you had a fantastic time. On behalf of PDX Prime Ball Drop team, we wish you a very, very, very happy new year. And don't forget, tomorrow we have a couple more announcements coming in our Facebook page. Please do watch out for that. Until then, we wish you a happy new year one more time and thank you. Bye-bye.